Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shadow's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Shadowrun Hong Kong, the third of the Shadowrun trilogy. If you join us, if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, I should say, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, but for tonight we'll go ahead and get into the game. So quick recap to bring people up to speed. So our character got called to Hong Kong in order to help out his adoptive father with something. But once we got there, because this is Shadowrun, everything went terribly wrong. It's now very possible that our adoptive father is dead. Some of our friends have been killed by the cops. And we don't know what the heck is going on. Also, my character's having unsettling dreams, which is never a good sign. So we need to figure out what the heck. Need to figure out if our adoptive father is still alive. And figure out who is trying to kill us and why. What is our MC? So it's a create a character. So I chose to play a dwarf mage. And yeah, he is a guy who was adopted by this guy, Raymond. But then our character has been away for 8 years because he got thrown in jail. And he just recently got released. And got called in by Raymond to help him with something. We came to Hong Kong to figure out what he wanted help with, and then things went very wrong. Yeah, sure sounds like Tuesday. Also, our character's name is Girth Brooks, which is amazing. Alright, so... Girth Brooks, that is correct. It's an old tradition that we typically name all of our characters Max Girth. That was... The name Max Girth is actually a reference to Neverwinter Nights 2, because when you create a character in Neverwinter Nights 2, one of the sliders is labeled Girth, and on one side it says Min, and on the other side it says Max. So I was sitting on that screen when I was building a character, and I'm like, somebody give me a good name to name this guy, and somebody's like, Max Girth, and I'm like, yes, that's the name. That's the name forever. So I now tend to name my characters either Max Girth or some variation of it. It does sound like a porn star name. I understand this. I'm okay with this. Repscallion, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Maximum Girth, relentlessly. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Let's see, we'll check the stash. There's nothing in there. We don't really need to do anything. Walk out the door here. Do we need to head upstairs? Probably not. All your names are a bit of a stretch. I see what you did there. I understood that reference. Would Max Girth be funnier on a Rogadin or a Lalafell? Lalafell always. Also, Nano, that stretch right there. Oh my god. Just rolled out of bed and took a shower, and now I'm eating leftovers for breakfast. That is always nice when you don't have to really think about breakfast. Just pop some leftovers in, you're good to go. I appreciate that, certainly. That is a hilarious story for a name. Thank you, thank you. What is that? The original name has been sloppily painted over with black paint. Newer but somewhat weathered characters have been painted in bold brushstrokes and read Bolt Hole. I suppose that's a name for a boat? You could do that? Alright, so right now we have been called into the gambling den of a criminal who may be our new patron named Kindly Cheng, and she's going to see if she can help us figure out what our next move is. Yes, so since this all takes place in Hong Kong, there's a lot of triad stuff. I tried to learn Mahjong. I really struggled with it, though. I might get back to it at some point, but I couldn't quite get the hang of it. Kindly's place reeks of stale cigar smoke and fresh urine. The clicking of Mahjong tiles is strangely absent. In its place is a low murmur of laughter and an air of eager anticipation. All eyes are focused on the groaning figure kneeling bloody and bound at the feet of Kindly Cheng. What the hell's going on in here? She beckons to him with her finger, and he struggles towards her, the loud rustling of the plastic tarp crackling under his knees as he moves. His pants are wet with fear, and a acetylene torch lies on the table at Cheng's right hand. Oh, she's been having a busy morning, is what I'm understanding here. Jesus. Kindly Cheng ignores the scene. She behaves as if all's right in the world. How did you sleep, my little ones? Fine, thanks. What's with the guy on the floor? She indicates the kneeling man with the incline of her nose. Shitbird here is a plainclothes cop. He snuck into the area last night while you were sleeping, hoping to find you and kill you before his competition got to you first. My men saw him outside the trawler you were sleeping on. They saw to it that your rest was undisturbed and your location remained a mystery. She nods her head back towards the pillar of meat standing behind her. You can thank Mr. Bao for that. I'm gonna nod at him. Bao inclines his head 1/4 of an inch. She addresses the bloody man on his knees. Now, shitbird, tell my friend here what you told me. I don't know anything, I swear. We just got the orders in last night. He pushes his head towards Yu and Wu from the floor, struggling to keep his balance. Somebody high up wants these two dead. Whole department's on it. I don't know anything else. Someone from high up? The old woman lifts her foot, taps his chin with the toe of her shoe. How high? The cop looks up at her, looks around at the room filled with triad soldiers. One of them opens his coat and shows the cop something inside. He closes it slowly and winks. The cop drops his head to his chest. All the way up. All the way up. It's someone on the council. Someone on the executive council wants these two dead? Cheng spits on him with a sneer. Fuck your ancestors to the 18th generation. Give me the truth. The cop wears the spittle. He never lifts his head. It's the truth, madam, I swear it. Whoever it was labeled them as terrorists. We're to terminate with extreme prejudice. Kindly Cheng shuffles closer to the kneeling cop, reaches down and strokes his head with her hand. Then she slowly digs her fingers into his scalp. She pulls back hard until his chin points high. The triad boss leans in close and searches his eyes with her own. That's all he's got. She lets go of his head and smooths his buzz-cut hair with her hand. For whatever reason, last night someone in the Executive Council of the Free Enterprise Zone ordered the Hong Kong police to kill two nobodies from Seattle. I find that fascinating, don't you? Corrective dentistry, basically. It would appear to be so. Shitbird, is he Twitter? He would appear to be. Sky, welcome in. How are you doing today, Sky? Hope you're doing good. Let's see. Yes, but why the need to label us international terrorists? She strokes the policeman's cheek with the back of her hand. Her rusty voice becomes sweet as she explains the ways of the world. Propriety, my darling. Emperor, thank you so much for the gift sub to Sky right there. Gift sub number 1,328 in the channel. Sudden Brivage, thank you so much for the generosity, Emperor. I appreciate the heck out of it. And Sky, enjoy those emotes. John, is that a backwards? That is a backwards one. That threw me off. Propriety, my darling. When the government has someone gunned down, they prefer to make it appear justified. The people feel safer when their murderers feel like part of civilization. My, but you've fallen deep into the deep end of the pool. Seattle isn't like Hong Kong. There, the megacorps control the government. Here, the corps are the government. The exec council is chosen by the corporate board of governors. They're basically the legislative and executive branches of the Hong Kong government in one tiny package. 8 people call all the shots. Neat and efficient. Kindly Cheng steps back from the cop and lights one of her thin black cigars. For the wage slaves and the civilian sheep, the corporations are a pantheon of gods who wield absolute power. She looks around the room, but not for us. The triad woman takes a long pull from her cigar and taps her ash on the kneeling cops' heads. Who else knows about my guest visit to Haoi, shitbird? No one, madam. I hadn't called it in yet. I wanted to kill for myself. No one knows they're here, I swear it. She turns to her enforcer. Mr. Bao? Bao fiddles with the PDA in his meaty hands. He's telling the truth. No outgoing calls on his PDA. Very good. Thank you, Bao. She nods at the cop. Thank you for your honesty. In one smooth motion, Strangler Bao produces a silenced pistol, fires it once into the policeman's head, and replaces it in his jacket. His face never changes expression. I was wondering what we were going to do with him. Cheng takes a drag on her cigar, indicates the body. He knew, my darling. He knew. She balances her cigar on her shot glass, picks up some mahjong tiles and begins playing with them absently. It is clear our friend Raymond Black was up to something involving the walled city, something having to do with prosperity. And this executive council member wanted Raymond dead for it. She stacks her tiles one by one. Click, clack. Now they want you dead for it too. Click. This plastic-faced man may show up on your door one day too. She knocks the pile over and it clatters to the table loudly. I have a proposal for you, my sweets. A smile lights up her dead black eyes. Work for me. With Nightjar and Gutshot dead, I find myself with 2 job openings. Fill them. I have a need of deniable assets, players unaffiliated with the Triads who can take care of some of the more unsavory business needs about town. You've proven yourselves resourceful, and you have no existing connections here. That can be a positive in this line of work. Shadowrunners. Wu grunts. His jaw tightens but stays silent. In exchange, I will keep you safe from pests like this one. She nods at the body on the floor. The pool of blood on the plastic wrap continues to widen. You'll have safe harbor here in my town and a steady source of income. She picks up a handful of tiles again. And while you dip your toes into the water of corporate espionage, organized crime, and clandestine mercenary operations, I will employ my network to find the plastic-faced man and gather information about Raymond Black, where he's been, who he's talked to, who stood to gain from his death, what this prosperity could be. Putting out a lot of effort to help a pair of foreigners. Not foreigners, my sweet. Valued business associates. I need to learn who killed one of my clients and then order the cops to execute my team of Shadowrunners. Her voice drops and she becomes deadly serious. This is a brazen disregard of my power. Face dictates it must be confronted, or I stand to lose everything. Alright, how would this arrangement work? I find the right jobs for people with your talents. You do what our clients cannot do for themselves. I take a finder's fee on a small percentage of your earnings. You make a lot of nuyen very quickly. It's all very civilized. She leans in. Work with me. Allow me to help you make money. Let my network work for you and help you find out what you've gotten yourselves into. Without my help, you won't last a day out there. You are completely out of your depth, I'm afraid. You need a partner. Kindly Cheng will be your partner. Wu's hands go to his hips. He drops his head and shakes it a little amused. It's just like you said, Girth. Shadowrunners. Glad I had some time to think about it. Process. He grips the back of his neck, squeezes hard, rips his hand away. Ah, fuck it. I'm not a cop anymore. That guy's dead. He nods. The decision's made. I'm in. What about you? I'm gonna find out who killed Raymond. Someone's gotta pay. If I thought Raymond was dead, I'd agree with you, but he's not. Raymond is alive, I'm sure of it. So I'll run the shadow as long as Auntie Cheng keeps up her end of the bargain, helps us figure out what really happened to him. Then I'm gonna find my father. Then it's done. Highway is now open to you. She gestures to her lieutenant, who raises a finger to her ear and whispers into her sleeve. First order of business, Girth Brooks and Duncan Wu don't exist anymore. You'll need street names. Wu sighs. Yeah, okay, I'll think of something. Gobbet rubs her cheek against her rats, a glint in her eye. I think we've already got you covered, Guncho. She turns to Isabel. Fits, doesn't it? Indeed. I knew that was going to stick. It has stuck. Gobbet, Isabel, we'll handle this the same way we did with all your previous work. Finkelroy, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend, and thank you for a 19-month resub. Glad to have you with us. Considering his face down on the floor, that tarp has a hole in it, I have to assume she knew that was coming. It's fine. It's fine. Seamus, welcome in. I'm going to need you to stop choosing the exact same games as me. You go back to choosing games I don't know and inevitably buy. Okay, thanks. I'll see what I can do, Seamus. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend. I don't know if we're going to get to choose our street name. We'll see. We'll see. All the jobs I lined up for you will be set to the computer on the squat boat. She's pointing at you. Why me? It's a simple process of elimination. She points to the little decker. Isabel isn't the leader type. You got that right. She moves her finger to the orc girl. As for Gobbet, let's just say Gobbet doesn't have a head for business. Not my thing. Then she rests her finger on Wu. And then there's Gun Show. She wiggles it. Jury's out on Mr. Gun Show. Meaning? Her response is direct, straightforward. Meaning there's a lot going on with that, within that head of yours right now, and I'm not sure I can trust you. Let's see. So I'm in charge because I'm the best of the worst? Oh, my sweet, don't put it that way. She opens her arms. You're the most equipped for the role. She's making sense. You're the right person for this, Girth. I had a handle back in the Barrens. Max. Guess it's time I dusted it off. Wu shakes his head, eyebrows raised. Getting me weird calling you Max again. Haven't called you that since we were kids. Gobbet looks from Isabel to Wu to you. I guess this is our new crew. The rat on her shoulder scurries to the top of her head for a better view. Welcome to the shadows, Max. And there we have it. I'm a Shadowrunner. 2 newly neutered cats that are currently in lamps. Hopefully they're about to let you sleep. Hopefully they are sweethearts as well. I'm doing good, Finkelroy. Glad to hear you're all right too. Once again, we're max girth. We know Isabel is Leet because she has a 0 in her name. It's good that she advertises that right up front. Alright, so now that we are sinless and we have the run of the town, we can probably actually explore the town and see if we can equip up. That'll be nice. Max is back! As you lead your team through the shadows, your companions will continue to develop and learn new combat skills. Clicking the icon in the lower right-hand corner of the screen will open up the crew advancement menu. When this icon is highlighted, 1 or more of your companions is eligible to learn a new combat skill. At each advancement level, you may choose 1 of 2 possible combat skills for each of your runners. Choose wisely. So do we have an advancement already? We do. So Gobbet can choose either, let's see, Territoriality. Gobbet spends some more time at the firing range, increasing her ranged combat skill and SMG specialization by 1. That's nice. You have to enunciate the 0 or you're pronouncing the name wrong. I'll pronounce it wrong then. Oh, I heard about that, Finkelroy. That's hilarious. I love that. I love when that happens. At last, free of sin. And all it took was a good hacker. I suspect so. Our other option is Spiritualist. Spirits will never break away in the first 2 rounds after summoning them. I don't plan to be using a lot of spirits. So let's go ahead with Territoriality. What else we got? So for Duncan, we have a choice between Lethal Force. Duncan gains an assault rifle ability that fires a single shot of incendiary ammo. Does an additional 2 damage and pierces up to 2 armor. Costs 1 AP with a 2-round cooldown. Or Crowd Control. Duncan gains a rifle ability that does 2 AP damage and imbalances targets, making them easier to hit on subsequent attacks. This ability cannot crit. Costs 1 AP, cooldown 2. Ooh. So basically, do I want him to do a little bit of damage over time? A little bit more damage over time? Or do I want him to, do I want him to have a debuff, is the question. That's a good one. His big head empty, I love it. No one does pronounce that underscore, John. It's tragic. It is. Oh, this is a tough one. This is. I think I'm going to take crowd control. Because lethal force is like nice, but doesn't sound unique enough. So let's do crowd control, and that'll give him an idea, the ability to basically stun a dude sometimes, which is nice. So we'll take that. Isabel. Her options are Sabotage. Isabel's grenade launcher can now fire remote mines, which can be triggered to detonate at will. Or Espionage. Isabel gains the Tar Blaster 1.0 program, an upgraded version of Blaster that also sticks enemies in place for 1 round. Ooh. I don't know how much use I'd get out of remote mines, so I'll take Espionage. Alright, that should be everybody. So Gobbet, Duncan, Isabel, sure. Alright. There we go. Alright. I0 Bell, you're liking that one, Trey Dog? I don't know that I can remember that. Espionage with the 0, I love it. Is supposed to eat lunch. That's beautiful, I love it. Alright, so we actually need to explore the city now, because we didn't do that before because we were, you know, being hunted by forces beyond our control. But now supposedly we have safe harbor in the city, so we should be good to explore around and see who's here. Reliable Matthew. Smooth jazz drifts from cheap speakers on this barge. A wide array of worn-down drones litter the battered deck. Most are utility and domestic types, but a few, cordoned off from the others, are low-end security models. The salesman smiles indulgently at you, a tall, lanky human of clear Cantonese ancestry. He's wearing a cheap suit and limply clutching a smelly cigarello. He adjusts his tie with exaggerated nonchalance. Languid, ostentatious, like an American casino promoter. Hey there, beautiful. Welcome to our little floating heaven. You got a discerning look to you. What brings you to Reliable Matthew's Robot Bazaar? He taps Ash over a bulky cleaning drone beside him. Not waiting for an answer, he continues. Perhaps you're looking for a hexacopter as a guide to Hong Kong, or a little handheld tarantular beauty to brew your tea. I'm sorry, you're Reliable Matthew? That's right, Reliable Matthew Shun at your service. He extends his hand to shake. The odors of peach-scented moisturizer and stale tobacco smoke wash over you. How about it? Shake his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Reliable Matthew. Always, always. Welcome to our little patch of peace on the river. I think you'll really love Haoi. It's just a fantastic place. Well, now that you're acquainted, maybe I can brighten up your day a bit. What's on your robot list, friend? I'm interested in your combat models. Reliable Matthew looks over his shoulder at the security drone, some heavily cannibalized in the corner of the yard. He turns back to you with a nervous smile. Funny you should ask. I've just got a Doberman that I'm selling at an incredible bargain price. Shall we take a look? Yes, let's look at the security drones. All of them. Alright, my character is not a rigger, so I probably won't be using any of these. We might want to get some drone repair kits for if we have a rigger on our team, but right now we're pretty good. I trust this guy, mainly for the jazz. I respect this. Me looking at my wallet on Animal Crossing after spending all my money on clothes is 0 bell. Tragic, tragic. Let's see. Goodbye, Matthew. I do like the smooth jazz, though. As a matter of fact, we're going to hang for her for a second. I need to blow my nose. I will be right back. I feel you there relentlessly. The vibe feels right. The vibe feels right. I think we should go with it. Alright, nothing else back here. Got a guy over here named Geen. Let's see what his deal is. As you approach the small landing, you see 3 men, 2 elders and a younger man, hunched over a goal board. The juxtaposition of the 2 white-haired, white-bearded men and the black-haired man is almost comical. Together, the 3 resemble the small black and white stones of their game. Despite the variety of ambient distractions, the 3 men remain acutely focused on the game. One of the elders, a round-faced man with a beatific smile, carefully picks up a black stone and places it on the board. His opponent snorts and a small smile flashes across his long face. Almost carelessly, he snatches a white stone and deposits it on the board. The smiling man groans, and the long-faced one proceeds to collect 7 black pieces off the board. Ah, you got me there, Geen. He laughs, a pleasant full sound. As it trails off, he spots you watching the game. A broad smile brightens his cheeks. Why, hello there, young man. Something you need? The long-faced man gives you a cursory look and continues to collect black stones. Just a gawker, Shiu. It's your turn. My name's Max. Got a second to answer a question or two? Shiu nods. I need a short break. How about you, Geen? Geen sighs, shoulders slumping forward. After a moment of scowling, he reluctantly speaks. Fine, short break. The 2 elders turn towards the younger man. He looks to be in his early 30s, but it's difficult to tell. The skin on his face is smooth and supple, with only the suggestions of creases at the eyes, mouth, and forehead. But small gestures, a blink, a flare of his nostril, briefly reveal the lines of his face. The man's eyes rise from the go board and study his elders. He nods. I've been hearing about strange dreams here in Heioi. Have you had any nightmares recently? The 3 men exchange looks. Shiu turns to you. What a coincidence. It wasn't but an hour ago that we were all discussing that very thing. We have been having bad dreams. Every one of us. I've had them myself. We should compare notes. What did you dream about? Is that right? Geen leans in, stares at you. Can't say I'm comfortable with giving a stranger details about my dream. Shiu waves his hand dismissively at Geen. Don't mind him, he's always been a poor sport. But he raised a good point. Some of our dreams contain information best left private. Just as you're due, I'm sure. Having just met, how can we be sure that you'll respect our personal information? I'll tell you. The younger man's voice cuts through the din like a razor, and the elders fall silent. He turns to you and he locks his eyes, dark orbs that burn with piercing scrutiny onto yours. He nods and returns his gaze to the go board. I believe you're trustworthy. Please, Max, make yourself comfortable. I'll share my dream with you. I appreciate it. Go ahead. He exhales slowly, then begins speaking. I dreamed of a long, dingy hall. When faced with such a thing, one generally walks its length, so I lifted my right foot and placed it in front of me. But upon taking that first step, I found myself instead drawn to an alleyway to my left. It wasn't there before, this alley. It appeared only as I began to walk. As I moved down the alley, I found myself surrounded by friends and loved ones. They all stood there silently watching me with smiles on their faces, and as I passed each one, they fell to the ground in my wake, dropping like puppets with severed strings. Somehow I knew that if I followed this road to the end, I could have everything I ever dreamed of, but I woke before I could reach it. He folds his hands in his lap. There's a moment of silence before Shiu speaks up, the rosiness in his cheeks having drained away. I too saw the long hall. My own experience was different, however. The hall was far off in the distance, and I was looking down on it from a strange angle, as though I was perched on a wall high above. He pauses and looks at you. You know, young man, Max, you look very much like the person I saw walking that hall. He moved steadily down the path, walking at an even pace, and just behind him, a great, terrible shadow followed. Of course, I didn't have the best view up there on that wall, or wherever I was. Could have been anyone. Perhaps this old mind of mine is seeing your face now and misremembering the dream. He lets out a chuckle and a small flush of red returns to his cheeks. He looks over at Geen. All right, Geen, go ahead. Geen broods in his corner, arms crossed and jaws set. I've changed my mind. I don't want to share my dream. Nonsense! Master Lau and I have both told him our dreams. Now it's your turn. Geen sticks out his lower lip. No. It's fine. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. He holds his palm up towards you and looks at Shiyu. See? Straight from the horse's mouth. I don't have to. Gin. Lao's voice is firm but soft. This is important. Gin's mouth opens and closes like a gasping fish, but as he looks at Lao, his body relaxes, and a sadness seems to take hold of his features. All right. Don't you go repeating any of this, you hear me? He takes in a deep breath and slowly releases it, folds his hands in his lap. My dream began as a nightmare. I dreamed of the failures and mistakes that I've made through my life, the people I've let down, the competitors I've crushed, the wife who died in hospice without me. I dreamed of the family I abandoned. A change comes over him. His eyes brighten and he continues energetically. But then I dreamed of the walled city. I stood before it and its doors opened to me, and when I passed inside, all my guilt fell away. It was as though the city had absolved me. That washed away my guilt, and I remember feeling happy. As his remembrance ends, so does his lightened mood. His face shrinks into a pout, and he stares grumpily at the ground. There, I did it. You happy? Lao nods slowly. Thank you, Gin. You have my thanks, too. Yeah. Can we change the subject? My ulcer's acting up. I'm guessing you've been around these parts longer than I have. Is this sort of thing normal? If it were normal, we wouldn't be huddled around discussing them in whispers now, would we? Enough of that, Keen. Max here asked in earnest for our advice. He deserves a proper response. Shiyu gives a gentle smile. Please forgive our friend. Bitter years have left him suspicious of others. The answer to your question is no. Unsettling dreams have never been uncommon in Hawaii, but these recent visitations have been different. They've been darker, more vivid, stronger than normal dreams. Last night I felt consumed by the sense that something was coming. While my friends here felt a sense of relief and excitement as their dreams ended, I felt as though I was sitting on the precipice of some vast and terrible chasm, with void yawning beneath my feet. Suddenly his cheeks flush. He blinks twice, then looks away. But perhaps those are just the ramblings of an old man. Please forgive me. He scratches his nose, embarrassed. You speak wisely, Shiyu. It is foolish to embrace a thing that you do not understand. What Gin and I saw in our dreams was luring, but so is the light to a moth. Your instincts are still strong and sharp, my old friend. It is wise of you to trust them. Shiyu bows deeply, his eyes to the ground. Thank you. I can only hope these dreams do lead to something beautiful. There's already enough deception in this world. Gin groans loudly. Can we get back to the game now? I gotta head out too. Of course. Take care, Max. And if you find some time in your hands, you're always welcome at our game table. Thanks. Good luck with your game. Appreciate it, young man. We'll be seeing you. Well, that was a cool little vignette. Holy crap. That was really awesome. Kumatori, welcome in. You know, for a game called Shadowrun, I don't see much running. Shadow Stroll at the moment. Punisher, good to see you. Hope everything is going well with you. Dragon Facts, good to see you. Alright, what the hell is this place over here? This place looks in the parlor of 5 phases. Crafty Zoo. A mild scent, sweet and slightly herbal, is the first thing you notice upon entering the old shop. Its quarters are cramped, made smaller by the display case and furniture packed inside. The walls are lined with bookshelves, and the tables and chairs are stacked with old tomes. A few titles jump out at you. Lucid Dreaming, an exploration of the inner self. Dream Logic, Nocturnal Visitations. Overall, the place feels lived in, if disorganized. Not quite cluttered, but close. Shadow Saunter, there you go. Milling at the front of the store is a shopkeeper, lost in a book of her own. She's tall for a human, probably close to 2 meters in height. Her physique is typical bookworm. Not overweight, but you can't see any muscular definition either. A wraparound tattoo covers her upper arms and shoulders, but from where you're standing, you can't quite make it out. She fidgets. Gradually, her eyes rise from her book and lock onto you. Welcome. Don't believe I've seen you before. She sets down her book and sweeps a strand of black and pink hair behind her ear. Name's Crafty. Max, nice to meet you. She shakes your hand. Her grip is surprisingly firm. So, Max, what can I do for you? I've got spells, alchemical reagents, foci. Whatever you want, really. Might have to do some digging to find it, but if it's magical, it's around here somewhere. Say, Crafty, have you had any vivid dreams recently? Her face is unreadable. Her eyes lock onto yours. Matter of fact, I have, Max. But we all get the occasional vivid dream. Nothing special there. Gesture to the books on the tabletop. Really? Then why are you reading up on them? She flicks her wrist dismissively. Sure, it's a little weird that we're having them, but these types of dreams are common in the walled city. Nothing to get worked up about. Probably. Common? Explain. She nods. Common as the cold. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomenon within it, so I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent creepy dreams being one of them. I've never been inside the walled city myself, but Mom went in pretty regularly and experienced the dreams. Hey, Mom sounds like an interesting person. The sides of her mouth dip in a shallow frown. Sure, she was interesting, but not praiseworthy. Is this your store, or do you just work here? It's mine. I inherited it from my mom. As you can see, she generously left me all her research journals. Her words are thick with sarcasm. Mom was never a big cleaner, but neither am I. Mom used to keep spirits around that helped her manage the place. They're not here anymore, but sometimes I swear my books aren't where I last placed them. Who knows, maybe they pop by for visits. I just wish they'd clean while they're here. The books are alive? That's concerning. Shadows strut? That sounds like a song title right there. She knows about phenomenon? I think most people should. If not, I'd be happy to tell them. At work today, I had to attend a samples table. How is just standing so tiring? It's I don't think people are built for it. Like, walking is one thing, but having your feet in contact with the ground at all times with your full weight pushing down, it's exhausting. It really is. So what makes this store so special? It's old, respectable, built over a dragon line. She slightly tilts her head to the side. We also carry texts unavailable anywhere else. But I guess for me, I'm drawn to this place by the nostalgia. How do you like working here? It's a job. Can't complain. So what's with the name of the store? It's a cultural thing. The 5 phases represent wood, earth, water, fire, and metal. Some people believe they're the basis of how things function and interact with the world. You find it practiced all throughout China, in disciplines ranging from farming to science, even music. The theory isn't common among younger generations, but it has its users. My mother was strongly influenced by it. In fact, our sign out front is a visual representation of the cycle of 5 phases. It was an inspiration to her. She raises a shoulder in a half shrug. I just think it looks neat. Tell me about yourself, Crafty. She raises a shoulder in a half shrug. Not sure where to start. What do you want to know? Well, what do you do when you're not at work? I've been pretty crunched here at the shop, so I don't have a lot of time outside of work. But when I'm off the clock, I like to read and paint, maybe kick back and enjoy a meal with my friends. My buddy Gobbet sometimes stops by with food. No drag racing or anything. Pretty boring. You said you paint? Just for fun. I don't make any money off it or anything. I just find it relaxing. She pats her arms. Designing my tattoos. But that's about the extent I take it beyond the canvas. Do you mind if I see that tattoo? I can't quite make it out from here. Yeah, sure. She turns her back to you and you can see the tattoo in all its glory. Looks like an impressionist rendition of a school of salmon jumping upstream. The artistry of the piece is undeniable. That's amazing. Really professional quality work. An embarrassed smile creeps into her features. She scratches her shoulder. You're being way too generous, but I'll take it. Thanks. What do you like to read? Crafty claps her hands together and a slow smile spreads across her face. Aside from the usual, I love sitting down every morning to a tall cup of soy calf, and with the latest news stream on hand, pop it right open to the obituaries. Makes for great reading. She smiles at you for a moment before speaking. Kidding. Well, for all you know. I tend to stray towards detective novels, maybe some suspense and horror. And when I'm not reading for leisure, I study my textbooks to keep my magic sharp. You know, I actually know a Gobbet. I wonder if they're the same person. You know a lot of Gobbets? Her teasing resolves itself into a gentle smirk. I'm sure they're one and the same. She's a good person. We're not real close, but we have a pleasant relationship. chatting over French fries, discussing her latest reads. You know, shallow things. How do you know her? She and Isabel got me out of a tough spot. Good. Keep her by your side. Gabit's pretty fluent in the ways of the city and the people who live here. She knows her stuff. If you stick with her, you'll find yourself in a lot less trouble than you would otherwise. Sounds fun, but I'd like to ask you something on a more serious note. Yeah, the characters in these games are always fun, but I'm liking her. She seems cool. So is Crafty really your first name? No. A wave of nostalgia seems to pull her gaze towards the shop's front window. Name started out as a joke, actually. Back home, my mom used to call me Crafty, since the meaning is similar to my given name. I liked it because of the way it sounds. I insisted that my family call me Crafty, so it became a sort of a nickname around the house. When I got older and started school in Hong Kong, I made my mom register me as Crafty, and it stuck. So what's your given name? Meow. She raises her hand to prevent you from replying. Yes, like the cat, you foreigners always make that same joke, which is why I grew up hating Meow. Call me Crafty. Your mother sounds like quite the mage. Did you study magic too? I sure did. Natural predisposition. She flexes her arm. Or whatever. But Mom and I learned the craft differently. I went to a university and she was book taught. Mom was very old school. Her magic wasn't as applicable to everyday situations, but it was rooted in superstitions. It still worked, and well, but only for more ritualistic ancient spells. Practical spells like rain shields and bottomless trash cans were outside of her repertoire. Excuse me. What else do you know about the walled city? Very little. Just that my mother spent most of her time in there, and she shifts her weight, leans onto the counter. Well, it messed her up. There's something specific you want to know? What can you tell me about the city? She runs her hand through her hair, exhales. Where to begin? The walled city's always been a hellhole. Started as a bad place, still a bad place. Crime's drawn to it like a magnet. You can't enter the city without a security guard on each elbow. But not even that'll guarantee safe passage. No one famous or rich or memorable has ever come from that place. The only thing it's known for around here is its shitty reputation. She shrugs loosely. That's about the gist of it. Now, there's a whole library here that just so happens to be the foremost location for walled city texts. I'm sure you could fill in the blanks. Yeah, bottomless trash can sounds amazing. Give me one of those. Holy hell. I get the feeling your relationship with your mother was unusual. You better believe it. She was obsessed with the walled city. Put it before everyone in her life. Mom ate, slept, and breathed that city. Was something fueling her obsession? Crafty shifts her gaze to a stack of books on a nearby table. Yeah, actually. Mom was convinced that something was wrong with the place. That it was cursed in some way. Polluted with unnaturally bad chi. She visited the city under the protection of the Yellow Lotus and spent hours, sometimes days, studying it. Crafty tears her eyes away from the books and returns her gaze to you. Mother was consumed by her research. Did she ever find anything? She sure tried. Mom thought she could find a way to purify the place and exorcise its demons. Her obsession with the walled city grew, and she devoted more and more of her life to breaking the curse. Wish I could say she fell off the radar, but really the rest of the world fell off of hers. I'm sorry, Crafty, that must have been hard for you. It is what it is. Man, here I am. Crafty gives you a warm smile. Sounds like you don't believe in your mother's research. You can see Crafty studying you. She exhales through her nose, and it seems as if she's considering something. I know we've just met, Max, but you have a generous ear. I don't mind discussing my mother with you as long as we keep the details between us. Mother's research was stupid. Just plain stupid. She wasn't stupid herself. No, Mom was very bright. And her obsession was downright unhealthy. Anyone could see that. The walled city is a toxic place, home to dark spirits and astral influence. But Mom believed in a singular curse at the heart of the city. When you say toxic, what do you mean? My mother failed to change the walled city, and the time she spent inside there changed her. She grew sickly and became moody, irritable. She suffered from night terrors the rest of her life. Crafty languidly sweeps a small clump of dust off a nearby book. Yeah, it must have been difficult to watch her decline like that. She points a finger at you. It wasn't just that. Breaking point for me was her ridiculous obsession. I refused to indulge her and drove a wedge between us. Neither of us were willing to relent. A small, bitter laugh escapes her throat. Guess we had that in common. Stubborn till the end. So after Mom died, I turned my back on her work and I left the walled city and its people to themselves. It's a toxic site beyond rehabilitation. I do my best to ignore it. Her composure breaks for a second and you can see Crafty shift nervously behind the counter. At least I've tried. Now these dreams, these nightmares are leaking out of the walled city. I wonder if I can still ignore it. No, we always have a choice. You're right, but not everyone's choices are weighted evenly, and I just don't think I can turn a blind eye to what's happening here. She loosely gestures to the bookshelves all over the shop. I have my mother's journals. I have the means to try and help. It's sure to dredge up bad memories, but if it'll help my friends, maybe it'll be worth it. I don't know. I guess I have a lot to think about. She crosses her arms and wraps her fingers across her skin. Anyway, thanks for lending me that ear of yours. Bottomless trash can, bottle of unlimited water, and a box of unlimited snacks. That's the life right there. Oh my god. So, I've been thinking about the dreams. Can I ask you something? She nods. Go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside the walled city? It's definitely strange. Till now, I just thought the dreams were nonsense. That my mother had just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. But now it's really happening. Not just to me, to others around Haoi. Those strange psychic forces that drove Mom insane are edging into our subconscious. Lately I've been wondering if there might have been something to her ravings. Maybe. I've been skeptical for so long, it almost feels blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. She rubs her hand down her face, obviously frustrated. I just don't know. Well, maybe you can find something from your mom's journals. That's true, but my mother's notes are scattered all over the shop. Most of her research is scrawled in the margins of these books that you see on the shelves in piles and stacks all over. The clues we need to figure the thing out could be in any one of these volumes, and there are thousands of them. See, I have a bad feeling about these dreams, Crafty. If there's anything we can do to get to the bottom of them, we need to take that opportunity. She sighs, straightens up. Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just... damn, look at all of them. She tiredly looks down at the book she was reading earlier. Guess I won't be finishing this one anytime soon. Alright, Max, I'm gonna get started. Now. But it'll take time. The House of Five Phases is jammed from floor to ceiling with books, and any one of them could hold valuable information. Check in once in a while and I'll share my findings with you. Let's see, you're doing the right thing. I'll do what I can too. Thanks, I appreciate that. I mean, I do have a bad feeling about this. Unlimited iced tea would be tasty, I could see that. I'd like to see her wares. Alright, so Alright, so she is the shaman vendor, it looks like. Maybe mage vendor too? Let's see. Lightning bolt, a bolt of lightning that targets a single enemy and also does -1 AP, I like that. Mana ball, a magical explosion that pierces up to 2 armor. That's got an AoE, I like that. Mind wipe, target ignores all enemies for 2 rounds. So you literally go, show me your wares. What are you buying? What are you selling? Stun bolt does -1 AP to the target. Dispel magic dispels any target's ongoing magical effects. That could be nice. Acid stream, a stream of acid that also does ongoing -6 HP for 1 round and strips 1 armor. Distraction decreases the target's 2-hit chance by 12 for 1 round. Flamethrower, a line of fire controlled by the caster and directed at 1 target. Let's see. Aim, we've seen that one before. Mana bolt, we already have. Strip armor, decreases the target's armor by 2 for 3 rounds. And then all the green ones are shaman spells. So we don't have what we need to cast those. All right, so there's a hermetic fetish, 1,700 Nuyen. That is very expensive. I'll keep in mind that she sells it at least. That's a nice little stat buff. All right. So let's see. We definitely want to get some more spells here. They're all tier 1 spells, but like we definitely want Mana Ball. Because that's damage 10, AoE 2, and strip some armor. That's nice. That's just nice. How's the Shadowrunning going? Right now we're just exploring the city, but so far that's been enjoyable. How are you doing today, Drev? Got some rare things on sale, stranger. Thank you. Note I don't have any quotes from the remake. It's all from the old one, but all of them are burned into my mind. Come back anytime. So I definitely want Mana Ball. And then what else? Hey, Lost! Lost, thank you for the 48 months. That's 4 years. Holy crap. Lost, thank you for a 4-year resub right there. Appreciate the heck out of that. How are you doing today, Lost? How's your weekend going? Hope everything's going good. Sample my goods. I'm never going to forget that guy, John. That guy was amazing. Sounds more like the librarian from Symphony of the Night. Yeah, I might have wandered into that territory. This is true. All right. So let's see, Mana Ball, definitely. What else do I want? I don't know what the range on Acid Stream is. It only does 1 turn damage over time, but still, it's a lot of damage. And strips 1 armor, so I'll probably want that too. Let's see, now is this... I don't know if my mage can wear that. I imagine probably. Alright. So I don't want to spend anything until I've checked out all the shops, because we don't have a ton of cash to spend. So we're going to want to spend it wisely. Let's see. EP, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Oops, I clicked the button. Oops. Thank you for clicking button, EP. And good to see you once again. Malicore, welcome in. I remember Acid Stream being mean as heck, especially as it upgrades. Oh yeah, we had some fun with Acid Stream in the last game, if I remember correctly. How are you doing, Malicore? Hope everything is going good with you. What about the range on an acid trip? I mean, if you got a car, you can go pretty far, most definitely. Alright, so we'll come back here later. Well, we know we're going to need to hit there. So there's the magic shop. Good to know where that is. Alright. Let's start heading over this way. We got a lot of ground to cover since we haven't explored basically anything here before. Like I said, previously we're trying to lay low, because that's what we were told to do. But now we're allowed, we've got the protection of the city. I still need to see that movie, Punisher. Did you enjoy that one? Oh yeah, Malicore, I know how that goes. Sounds fun at least, so that's good. I love when magic is so mundane you could just buy it at the corner shop. It is cool. I like that vibe. Oh geez, alright. That's an interesting challenge ahead of you. Good luck with it, Rin. Seems like Dead Island 2 is a decent zombie game. That is good. That is good. Despite the wind and rain pelting Haoi, the proprietor of the stall, a monk judging by their outfit, is unconcerned. The monk's expression is indifferent, Though hardly placid or serene, muscles show as tightly wound metal bands beneath the skin, ready to snap any direction without warning. What's more, the monk's robes are anything but ordinary. Certainly, silk makes up the base outfit, but it's paired with high-impact ballistic armor, heavy-duty boots, and a bandolier of throwing knives. The table in front of you is arrayed with a wide variety of melee weapons, charms, jade pendants, and other mystical accoutrements. Beneath an awning in the rear are rows upon rows of cages, each housing some variety of exotic reptile or insect. These in turn are flanked by jars and boxes of Chinese herbs, incense, powders, and inks. The monk spares you only the shortest of glances as you approach. I'm Monk Shen. Most people in Heioi call me Spider Shen, on account of the spiders back there. You're not local, not by a long shot. It's definitely a statement, not a question. Yeah, what about it? Shen shrugs and swings an open palm across the table in front of you. So, you probably have more reason to buy something than my neighbors. I'm here to sell, so that's good. Swords, knives, clubs, I sell all of it. I make most of these, but if I can't, I've got friends who can. If you need incense or salves from medications, I make and sell those too. And if your joints ache, I can give you acupuncture. Shen places both palms on the table, leaning over it towards you with a wicked grin. So, what can I show you? Oh, Punisher, that is awesome. I'm going to have to check it out. Like a normal monk, then. Sure. So you're a monk and a weapons dealer? Shen slowly raised an eyebrow, arms folded. Yeah. Where else would the ancient masters have gotten their legendary swords and spears? Down at the mall? I was at Wudang Mountain for 15 years before coming to Hong Kong. I've been practicing Xingwang Quan my entire life. That's how I learned the herbs as well as the forms. Just so happens I'm good at a forge, too. That's why what you'll buy here is better than most other people. So why become a weapons dealer out here? I was a runaway, street orphan in Aberdeen. One day an old man who called himself Woe offered to take me in and make something of myself as long as I worked hard. Nothing in this life is free, friend. Not even Grandfather Woe's help. So I work for him now. Sounds like he was part of the triad. Shen's eyes roll at this. Obviously, you think I'm in kind of these little haven for no reason? She and Grandfather Woe are on good terms. I don't get in her way, I pay a cut to her, and everybody's happy. Even Woe, because I solve problems for him. Shen raises a balled fist, which suddenly bursts into blue flame. After a moment, it gutters and goes out. Remember that. If anyone ever gives you something for free in Heioi, you pay it back with money or blood, but you pay it back regardless. What's Xing Yi Quan? Shen strikes a sudden pose, body low, one fist against a hip, while the other is extended in open palm. The 5-element fist style. Water grows wood, which burns to become fire. Fire creates ash and earth, which condenses into metal, etc. The forms cycle the 5 elements, and opposing elements block each other. A water fist will break a wooden defense, but a water block will extinguish fire. Should one use a water interception on a metal fist, however, water will be smashed apart. Direct, simple, powerful. Not so eloquent as Baji Quan or Tai Chi, but more powerful. Shen pulls a tarp away from a nearby lump. The object beneath the tarp is revealed as the door to an Ares City Master armored personnel carrier. It's been caved inward by a massive amount of force, and in the dead center of the door is an indentation into which Shen's fist would fit perfectly. Power comes from focus comes from practice and meditation. Xing Yi Quan produces more power than most other forms of Kung Fu, and it applies it in a highly focused way. Alright, so why are your weapons special? Because I take greater care with them, and I've studied the ancient text. Anyone can make an excellent carbide steel blade, but I can make that carbide steel burst into flames. I can make it sing with joy in combat. Anyone can make steel, not anyone can awake its soul. Can I see one of the blades you've awoken? Shen waves a hand at you dismissively. No, of course not. Swords like that have to be custom ordered. Only when someone cancels an order do I have one just laying around. And believe me, they get snatched up quick. I get the picture. Let's talk about something else. Yeah, don't try and steal anything from this guy. Just talking to the new Iron Fist, it would seem so. Which is awesome. I came in at a great time just as Shane eagerly says, Armored Personnel Carrier. Chinanan, welcome in. How are you doing today? So you sell the snakes and spiders back there too? Shen shakes a finger at you, eyes narrowed. No, they're mine. I can sell you the things I craft with my hands or the things I do, but the medicines and poisons I make are my secret. You want those, you apprentice to me. 5 years, maybe I show you how to make a poultice, eh? They're that secret? Of course they're secret. These are what set me apart from the rest of the street dealers in Haoi. You want cram or bliss, any 2-bit triad punk can make you that for you. But I can realign your chi, set your yin and yang in balance, or set somebody else out of balance with a few drops. To master my skills, you need to learn for years. It's not just following a formula. You want to learn, you need patience. Try to learn without patience, all you do is ape the masters. Shen snaps 2 fingers and points to the cages. You have to understand them to truly learn my art. Otherwise, you never become a master. Might as well get a skill soft. Alright, let me see what you're selling. Alright. So he doesn't seem to have too much that I'd need. He's got melee weapons, he's got melee armor. Some chi casting, or a single chi casting spell. Or 2, but one of them I can't equip. Alright. How the heck is Baldur's Gate 2 the only game that from a logical point of view made you buy a license to be allowed to use magic inside the city? That was actually kind of a cool gimmick, wasn't it? I liked that. Use your friend as a physical adept? I can see you two getting along. He's a cool guy. Like, they always have so many cool characters in these games. Apparently modesty wasn't part of his religious doctrine. It would seem so. Alright. Nothing we need here then. So that's another shop found then. That's good. Can I go in here? I can't. Alright. What else have we got? We haven't found anybody that sells guns yet. I'm sure that's going to have to change. Can we get back here? I cannot. Alright. Frederick Ka-Fi. Like most troll bouncers, this man is knotted with muscles, but absent are the myriad scars that come with age or indiscretion. His only blemishes are the bony skin growths common to his kind, and a single deep scar across his neck and collarbone. You watch yourself in here, or else we check your aerodynamics. He has a cat. Aerodynamics? Anyone causes trouble, I see how far I can throw him. No fighting, no killing, no sex trade. He lifts an arm, flexing. His muscles jump out like a massive serpent in steel cabling. His arm is easily as thick as most humans' waists. I don't mess around. Okay! A cat has him, this is also true. Yeah, he threatened to just dwarf toss me, and I believe that he could dwarf toss me. 100% believe he could do it. Holy crap, that's loud! Do I need to turn this down a bit, chat? Let me know. Malicore, I don't blame you in the slightest. Come out or go deaf. I'm gonna turn this down just a tiny bit. This is really cool music though, I'm liking it. It doesn't seem to respect the music volume. Oh, this is ambient? This is ambient, apparently, alright. Man, I'll thank you for that. Because it's not in-game. Ah, it's true. That's true. Alright, that makes sense. Ambiance. How's this? Is this good? Hopefully. The club from the first game was way nicer than this hall. It was, but this guy's good tunes. I'm liking it. Not ambiance. I mean, it is a vibe, but I'm gonna have to talk over it. That's the problem. Better groomed than most of his kind, this young troll nonetheless ruins the effort with his own blatant drunkenness. His eyes are red and his expression foggy, but he otherwise appears to be high functioning. Have a drink, friend, have two, and maybe something else to chase it, huh? You alright? Couldn't be better. I'm a Prince of Club 88, chosen, you might say. You part of the family that owns the place? You're a shrewd one, friend. I'm the heir apparent, and my birthright to peddle chems to every sniffer that passes through our gates. What do you say? Need something to pick you up or bring you down? Can you tell me what I might find around here? Not a hell of a lot, but I suppose it depends what you're in the market for. I'm your man for chemistry. My mom offers an assortment of firearms in the back. Everything else here is just glitter and smoke. If you're looking for tech, Law's place sells all the techno baubles you could ask for. Just walk towards the giant blue hollow sign that gives everybody a headache. Out further on the same dock, Reliable Matthew is your basic used drone salesman. He's the only game in town for that sort of thing. If you need magical what's-its, try the Parlor of Five Phases. I haven't a clue about that stuff myself, but most places certainly smell legit from the street. You're better off staying here, though. I can set you up with an ampule or something real smooth. Alright, let's see what you got. The moon! My birthright! It's true, Lost. You do need to be yelling all the time. Apartment of firearms! I love it. Alright, so this guy sells drugs. Good to know. Check this guy over here. My birthright. There is only one way to describe the troll haunting the back of Club 88. Weathered. It is as if the man has been carved from granite and then battered by the crash of waves and salty winds over the course of decades. Welcome to Club 88. No killing, no fighting, no sex trade. I can respect that. I'm Max. I'm Henry Kai-Fi. I suppose I own this place. If you're looking for guns, speak to my wife. If you're looking for farmers, speak to my son Callum. And if you're looking for trouble, you'll be seeing my son Frederick. Briefly. I'll leave you be. I like that. You'll be seeing my son Frederick. Briefly. Dude knows the guy is not to be messed with. I respect this. The older troll woman has a striking Amazonian quality. When she was younger, she must have really turned heads. Can I help you? You in charge here? Don't you forget it. This is my family's place. Me, my husband, and our two boys. Now, do you have business here? I got no time for window shoppers. Alright, what do you got for sale? Firearms from all over the world. From Ares to Walther and everything in between. You in the markets? I'll take a look. Alright, so lots of guns. My character isn't going to be using guns very much, so I'm not in any hurry to get any. EP, thank you for the 88 Club 88 bits. Very much appreciated. Some more armor. Grenades, those are always nice. Come back anytime. Anything else you need? What can you tell me about Haoi? Only one thing you need to know. The corporations do not rule Haoi. We're under Kindly Cheng's umbrella, and her Yellow Lotus soldiers protect the docks and maintain the peace. But we're not Triad members, and they don't own us. Haoi is a crossroads, so where goods change hands, deals are made. Kindly makes the market, but we, the families, make it happen. Ermine speaks with the pride of a woman who bows politely to great powers, but never prostrates herself before them. Families rebuilt this place when it was left to rot. Strong families like mine, and we protect our own. Outsiders and corps know that tangling with Aoi is more trouble than we're worth. The Triads know it's better to work with us than against us, and now you know those things as well. You do well to remember them. I'll leave you be. Alright. So there's the gun shop. All the guns. Alright, what else we got? That is the subway. We don't need to go there. Subway is where we're going when we're leaving this place, I assume. Intercom. A massive steel security door is set into a bunker-like concrete wall. There's no sign or identification of what this place is. A battered intercom is encased in a cage of welded steel and armored glass. Grainy letters are barely readable on the screen. Chrome Alley, medical services and mechanical repair. Premises protected by deadly weapons and infectious diseases. Oh, well, this place sounds terrifying. Goodness. There's a crackle of static, then a brusque voice answers. What do you want? The voice's Cantonese is precise, but the accent sounds American. Is this a medical clinic? No, it's a chicken factory. What do you want? I need a cyber doc. Yeah, it's me, but listen, guy, I don't know you. I don't like people I don't know. Who sent you? Kindly you'll vouch for me. Yeah? You just idle your engineer for a minute, I'll check on that. There's a long silence on the intercom. The door gives several heavy metallic clicks. There's a dull rumble like heavy bolts sliding back. A green light flashes on the terminal. The door appears to be unlocked. You can enter the clinic. Well, that's excessive. Are you a rigger again? No, I am playing a mage this time around. So we'll see how that goes. Chicken factory, if only. If only I would like to have a chicken, please. To have as a friend. The clinic looks like it just hosted a party. Spindly mechanical arms swing from unobtrusive wall mounts, pulling down crepe paper ribbons and scooping food platters and empty beer bottles into biohazard bags. A severely crippled Caucasian man sits in a wheelchair amidst the maelstrom of mess and robotics. He's in his 40s, thick beard, tungsten earrings, beer belly, one cyber eye. Both his legs are missing, one at the hip, one at the other at the knee. He has only one arm, and only 3 fingers remain on his surviving hand. His face and arms show the scars of reconstructive surgery. He grins widely at you, regarding you with bloodshot eyes. He's clearly hungover. Hey, I'm Ambrose, he shouts cheerfully in English, his words piling together in a loose Midwestern accent. You call me Ten Arms. Welcome to Kong, fellow UCSian. He chuckles, his chest shaking with mirth. A Waldo arm springs to life and swings over to him. Its menacing metal pincer momentarily sets a cigarette between his lips, just long enough for him to inhale from it. Kindly says you're all right. What can I do for you? You're a doctor? Sure am. I'm a rigger doctor, a rockter. Ambrose bursts into laughter, then stops and clutches his head. Oh man, I cannot laugh hard today. Too much partying last night. Oh, it hurts. I'm not board certified, but don't worry. I should be. I'm full unskilled. My work's Yellow Lotus guaranteed and precisely in accordance with World Medical Association standards. Everybody in Haoi comes to me, because I'm the only option. Ambrose chuckles delightedly. Wait, how did a rigger end up operating a clinic? How do you think? My meat's not much to look at, but I'm called 10 Arms because I can run 10 armatures at once. Ambrose giggles, jiggling in his wheelchair. My question is, why don't more surgeons do it this way? I was more asking how you got your medical training. I have a colorful history. Let's leave it at that. Alright, what do you do here? What do I do? Tune-ups and engine rebuilds. On your ass! I do it all. First aid, second aid, surgery, cybernetics, obstetrics, euthanasia. I'm your one-stop shop for health and beauty. Well, maybe not beauty. Can you install me with combat wear? You know it. You got the coin and the essence, I'll trick you out like a bulldozer with ground effects and a turret. I got it all. Bionic limbs, wired reflexes, decaware, blood filters, synthetic muscle, bone lacing, greased bearings, ground effects, tight bolts. Full range of chrome alloy surfaces is something that we like to keep beneath the HKPF's radar, Ambrose winks. What sort of mechanical services do you offer? Oh, nothing you'd be interested in. Right now I'm mostly doing engine mechanics and electrician stuff. I said maximum law and reliable math you any work they can handle. Really just a hobby and service to the community. I make my nut with the clinic. He looks fondly over at the massive, partially assembled V8 engine occupying part of the operating theater. That baby's gonna be a goddess when I'm done with her. I don't usually modify myself. Any reason to come around here if not for the medical gear? Shoot, this is a friend of the old neighborhood. I love it when people come by and bullshit. Hell, I host birthdays. Ambrose's spider drone swings a bottle of coffee liqueur over to his nose. He sniffs it gingerly. Nope, that's not good anymore. Full of spit and cigarette ash. I noticed your front door could stop a bulldozer. Why so fortified? You kidding? Have you any idea how much all the stuff in here is worth? This is a high capital operation. Life's dangerous for a guy missing most of his members, tooling up smugglers and criminals. Let me tell you what, though. Someone busts in here, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Ambrose chuckles evilly. There's a lot more than pipes and wires up in that false ceiling, and I've got Kindly's crew and the Club 88 boys on the panic button. They know which side their bread is chromed on. What, you think you're trying to knock me over? He laughs uproariously, but it's not clear if he's kidding. Alright, let me see what you got. Let's see your cyberware first. Second aid? I don't even want to ask. If he can do that much with mechanical limbs, why does he still need a wheelchair? I actually have a guess at that, some guy in a hat. See, the way cyberware works in Shadowrun is every time you get a cybernetic installed, it reduces your essence rating. He mentioned that if you've got the money and if you've got the essence, he can do it. So it sounds like he already has a lot of reconstructive surgery from, I assume, some sort of accident. It's possible it would be dangerous for him to install too much more. Not to mention the fact that he seems to be getting just by with all of his 10 cybernetic limbs. Also, the best prosthetics still aren't comfortable, also the case right there. I mean, if he's doing good for himself, he probably doesn't need to think about it too much. Too much chrome and you go cyber zombie, exactly. You actually lose yourself eventually. Very dangerous. Alright, what do they got? So I need to get cyberware affinity before I can install most of this. I doubt most of this is going to be stuff I actually want. But sometimes they're cheap stuff. Nothing I'd want here right now. Let's see. Show me your medical supplies. Alright, so he sells med kits and revive kits, which is always nice to have. I'll probably want to buy some of those eventually. Is cyberware even useful for a mage? Some. Like the things that just passively give you better 2-hit. Better 2 hits, a better 2-hit. So there is that. But most of it's probably not going to be super useful. I think later on in the game there are some cyberware that just give you like passive stat ups. Those can be nice too. But a lot of it isn't going to be useful, you're right. Mostly, a lot of cyberware is only useful if you're using a gun. Don't you need essence? Yes. So there is a cost there, so I have to be very careful if I install anything. But some of the cyberware is very cheap on essence. There's even usually a couple of that are free, so that can be nice. Shane, you don't want cheap cybernetics installed by a backstreet doc with a questionable sense of humor? You don't, maybe. That sounds awesome, though. Plus, it's the only thing my insurance will cover. The glories of being an American. How about passive-aggressive stand-ups? I don't know, what do you think? Jeez. Also, welcome in, some guy in a hat. How are you doing today? Gotcha, Emperor. Gotcha. All right. Hey, I'll take that V8 engine and a box of chocolates. Ambrose burst into laughter. I like you. You got good taste. But that engine is family. Seriously, what do you want? That's cute. Goodbye, Ambrose. Time for me to go. Cheers, Max. Talk to you later. Basically, Kuma, basically. Wasn't watching the stream, just listening. I assume those jokes were Shane directly. I take that as a compliment. You're in Hong Kong, Shane, you don't have insurance? Oh, God. Oh, God, that's worse. Alright, so there's Law's Techno Palace. I think we need to check over there next. See what he's got. Maximum Law. I love that name. Overhead, a giant hollow sign shines like a searchlight, screaming its message through the dim light. It hums and flickers, sputtering like an old engine. Fierce electrical crackles sporadically burst out of the sign's emitter, stabbing your eyes and filling your ears with static. Under the baleful glare of the sign, the rusty mini-barge's deck is stacked with electronics. Dilapidated stereos share space with crisply boxed servers. Ranks of discs and memory chips fill display cases padlocked under plexiglass. A short human in his late 20s stands in the middle, hands on his hips, talking loudly into the air. Bulky virtual reality goggles cover his eyes. A data jack cable runs down from his temple, down his stained t-shirt, to a belt load of clearly home-built computer hardware. Martial Law from Tekken, I know him. No, I'm telling you. His voice is shrill clipped. Nobody uses KM3s. Like, nobody. They're shit. I don't care what Deng says. If Shawase SRP uses KM3s, they're stupid. Hey, flesh is rolling up. I gotta go. He turns to face you, goggles blank and enigmatic, blinking with tiny lights and wrapped in duct tape. He points at your PDA. I ripped that PDA. You work for Kindly. His lips work impatiently. Yo, what do you want? Who are you? Servo's Y and his two lenses in his goggles zoom in on you. Who am I? You're new here, I get it. You don't know about me yet, but you will. I'm one of the guys that keeps this neighborhood running. This is Law's Technology Palace, satellite territory of Whampoa. You step on the boat, you're in a sovereign state. I represent Whampoa here. I'm Maximum Law. He draws himself up proudly, setting his hands on his hips. The Maximum Law, yo. You got a tech problem? Boom, I solve it. You need software? Boom, done. Don't waste my time. So you got any business in Whampoa right now? Not? Keep moving. Hey, I found the SimSense chip, poking around in the walled city. Is it worth anything? He scans the chip's casing with a handheld optical reader. Yo, that shit is banned. Is it off some Yellow Lotus? We traffic this stuff. Delimited sim chips, full sensory experience. You looking for a buyer? I can make it happen. How's 120 Union sound? Sure, take it. Hope it finds a good home. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first. But those Calhots can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my stims. I've seen many package servers, none I would describe as crisply packaged. I don't even know what that would look like out of all the servers I've seen. Christmas so oh god, Emperor. He does kind of have that vibe to him, doesn't he, Gamigumo? This is an amazingly ostentatious hollow sign you've got. Yo! Maximum Law looks up at the gigantic blue-white lighters with deep satisfaction. It's pretty boss. That must cost you a small fortune in electricity. Whatever, I'm not paying for it. Half a Heioi gets its juice from a pirate tap on a big Mitsuhama DC cable under the river. Mitsuhama's like... His voice winds up to a mocking whine. Oh, let's run 2 million volts from the cold fusion plant at the island out of the river. Those slum monkeys can't tap an underwater cable. Idiots. You know who built that tap that pulls electricity off that cable? Whampoa. You know whose barge holds the transformer? Mine. Maximum Law thrusts his fist high in the air in silent victory. Cheap power for all and a whole lot extra for me. Behold the lighthouse of boom. I see a bunch of Harvester sequel. I will get to that in just a moment. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'll be back with those redeems. All right, sorry about that. So we have Harvester redeems from Nano, Rin, EP, Emperor, Kiss, and Gamagubo. Thank you for all of that. So this guy's talking about VR here, or he's about to be talking about VR. So I'm thinking we clearly need a killer app for Harvester. We need something to get normal people that haven't heard of Harvester, something to grab onto here. So what if we package it with a brand new type of VR, something more immersive than anything ever before? So here's what I'm thinking. When you start the game out, there's like a morality system. You've got the rules of the lodge and all the things that you're supposed to do and all the things you're not supposed to do. And in the game, your character gets a shock collar. But here's the kicker. We package the game with an actual version of the shock collar that has Wi-Fi connectivity to your computer. So whenever you do something in the game that you're not supposed to, you get a big old electric shock. Now, of course, there are some issues with this. What kind of batteries to use, how much the manufacturing will add onto the cost, what a lawyer would say about those giant burns that it's going to put in the back of everybody's neck from the massively excessive voltage we're going to be pushing through them. But, we can work all that out. We got plenty of development time. We will figure that out. And I will see what countries are difficult to sue from international perspectives. We'll work these things out. We'll figure it out. This thing's gonna be awesome. Cyborg Wasp Lady, oh god. Oh my god, EP. That emote's incredible. Alright, so, Mr. Law, why are you wearing VR goggles? Also, Warden, how are you doing today? I don't think I've said hello. How are you doing? Voltage isn't the issue, it's the amps, right? You'd think I'd get that straight by now, but no, that's true. It's not VR, it's augmented reality. We're pioneering it. Little cameras, matrix overlay. I can support a 3-dimensional HUD and sub-windows with live multiple feeds. I got a command shell open right now. I'm networked with 5 guys. Law taps his goggles. Wave of the future. Sounds interesting. It is. Law says it with supreme confidence, a statement of perfect fact. It looks like you've got some dangerously exposed wires over there. I mean, just advertise it as being like Squid Game. Easy. My trick, I think, for marketing any game that's bullshit in 2023 is just say it doesn't have any hand-holding. Use that exact phrase. This is a game with no hand-holding. And that way, if anybody complains about anything, there will be an army of fanboys in the Steam review comments saying, "You were told it has no hand-holding. Maybe it's too hard for you, bro. But that's just the way games are these days. Sheesh." Skill issue, exactly. It's beautiful. Beautiful. You can make a bad game, and then you have an army of neckbeards in between you and aggrieved consumers. The perfect defense. Can you give me that double cheeseburger? Oh, I do love a Five Guys burger. I really do. Was up way earlier than I needed to be this morning because brain decided I didn't need to sleep. Oh, jeez. Hope it's some good coffee at least. It's the Sierra of Dark Souls games. Oh my god. Are we talking about Dark Souls? That's basically where it comes from, but I see that on Steam all the time now. I see games that are just blatantly unfair, and they're like, this is a game with no hand-holding. No, it's a bad game, because you're bad devs. Decent excuse if you need one, though. Yo, what are you, my mother? Law regards you with skeptical disgust. Those wires are fine where they are, high and dry. The only problem for someone who does something stupid. I'm running a high bandwidth tech operation. Do I look like I have the time to tape copper and sip tea? No, I don't. Law wraps his knuckles fiercely on a clear-topped case full of buses, cables, and cable harnesses. These are the only wires you need to think about. Alright, I'm here for tech. Show me what you got. Alright, so he sells cyber decks, outfits. Oh god, ESPs are consumables? Seriously? Oh, Oh, so summons and ESPs are both consumables in this game. Oh, that really sucks. That is frustrating. All right. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, yeah, Dark Souls is a good game. I wasn't trying to slander Dark Souls at all, but it has started a trend with a lot of people attempting to use the freezing that you see in Dark Souls to disguise the fact they've made a bad game, which is frustrating. All right, I think we might have seen everything in town now. Certainly we've seen all the shops. I'm pretty sure. Because this is the, yeah, that's the Mahjong parlor. All right. Well, in that case, let me go buy some magic. Because that's primarily what I need. And the rest we will figure out later. Remake was definitely showed where all the quality of life was, though. I've heard a lot of good things about that one. Alright, so. I'm going to stick with Powerbolt for right now. I wish I could see what I've got equipped. You'd think they would have fixed that by now. Can I hit sell items? No? Alright, do I need armor? Check that out. EP, hey! EP, thank you for the gift sub to Some Guy in a Hat. Gift sub number 6 in the channel. Thank you so much for all the generosity, EP. I really appreciate it. Very cool of you. Oops, I clicked another button. There's so many of those. My goodness. Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so my current gear is armor 1, so yeah, I could definitely do with a better outfit right there. That would be very nice. Other than that, yeah, I have all 6 spell slots open, so I could have a lot of spells if I wanted to. That'd be awesome. Let's do that. Thank you for the wall of oh Jesus there. Alright, what do we got? So, definitely want some better armor. Let's go ahead and get that. For spells, of course I want Mana Ball. Of course I do. And then, let's see, Acid Stream would probably be nice. Dispel Magic is good, but extremely situational. God, Flamethrower is nice. Probably want that. Yeah, let's get Flamethrower. I've got a little cash left. Do I want to blow all of it right now? Yes, probably. It's gonna be most of my money right there, but that'll be a big buff for me right now, so I think that's probably what I want. I take it none of the people that paid Max said don't spend it on one place. They should have. They made a big mistake there. Yeah, let's go ahead and get those to start. That'll give me what? That'll give me 4 spells plus my base attack and better armor. All right. Go ahead and put the better armor on. Otherwise, yeah, 5 spells right there. Very nice. All right, so confirm that. And then real quick, let's go to sell. I'll go ahead and pawn my secure mage clothing, even though it's not going to get me much. And now I have just a little under 500. All right. Feeling pretty good for whatever the next combat's going to be now. I don't even think we're going to need to upgrade our character's gun, really. as he's just going to be using spells all the damn time. Especially now because he's got so many spell slots, I should basically have a spell to cast every turn. Even ignoring cooldowns, which is really nice. Alright, before we actually go to do a mission, let me poke my head around the boat and see if we can talk to any of our crew here. Wu's cabin appears to be the only clean spot on the bolt hole. His equipment is neatly laid out on his bedding, grouped by type, arranged just so. He's currently in the process of cleaning his weapon with meticulous care. Well, that's that, I guess. We're runners now. Yep, think it's time to catch up? Could be. He stops for a moment, stares at the weapon in his hand. That's why I'm maintaining my equipment. Helps me focus my brain, work through stuff. He sighs, lowers the rifle. Now's as good a time as any, I guess. Where do you want to start? Yeah, what even are cooldowns? Oh no, I can't cast this one spell. I'll have to cast one of my other 4. I want to talk about Raymond. Okay, shoot. What do you think's going on with him? Is the cooldown like a frog? What even is a frog? What does a frog even look like? I don't know, Girth. He was clearly obsessed with the walled city and whatever prosperity is. He sounds like a sleepwalker trying to stumble his way through a dream or something. Sleepwalker who hires Shadowrunners. Whatever he was doing, he knew it would be dangerous. Raymond was smart. Smart as hell. If he thought he needed runners to take him into that place, he needed them. Why do you think he came to Hong Kong? Well, he's from here, right? Sounds like he had unfinished business that he needed to take care of before. You think he's dying? I don't know. Yeah, me either. Just something to think about. Did he say anything about me after I left? You know Raymond, Girth. He taught us what he wanted to teach us. Told us what he wanted us to know. Everything else was met with a wall of good-natured silence. He used to say, "You are the master of the unspoken word, Mr. Wu. Once it is out of your mouth, it is out of your control." So I know. After you left, he never said a word about you. Not a word. Let's talk about being Shadowrunners. What's there to say? I worked my ass off to pull myself out of the gutter and make something of myself. I did what it took to earn my bronze. Now I'm a mercenary hiding in the shadows of a foreign country, doing dirty jobs that the corps need to keep off the books. It's the reverse of everything I ever wanted. You seem to be taking to it pretty damn well, so let me ask you something. You said this is all about running the shadows until we find who killed Raymond. Then it's about payback. Was that true? Yes, this is all about revenge for me. Be careful about taking the road to revenge, Girth. Usually ends at 2 grave sites. What's your opinion of Kindly Cheng? I'd say she's got us right where she wants us, right under her thumb. What do you want to talk about specifically? What do you think she wants from us? As long as her network keeps delivering information about Raymond, I don't care. At least for now. We need to stay with her. We have no other connections in Hong Kong. Without her, we're dead in the water. You think we can trust her? Triad boss and underground fixer? No, I don't think we can trust her. But as long as we all share the same goals, we should be okay. Makes sense. As long as we serve her interests, she doesn't have a reason to screw us over. Exactly. It's simple. She provides jobs, we do jobs. She gets info about Raymond and that plastic-faced man, we figure out what the hell is going on. We figure out what's going on, she doesn't end up in the trunk of a car at the bottom of a river. Everybody wins. What about this plastic-faced man? Creepy dudes are nothing new to me. Even well-dressed, creepy corporate dudes. Between the gangers we grew up with and the shit I've run into as a cop, I've seen all kinds. I just want to know who he is and who he works for. We should probably keep an eye on Strangler Bao. We should keep an eye on everybody, and that guy is definitely no exception. I've seen plenty of cold killers in the Barrens and plenty more since I joined Lone Star. This guy's the real deal. I'm not sure he even knows what the word remorse means. You should steer clear of him. I'll be careful. I can see that. Let's talk about Gobbet and Isabel. They seem competent, considering how young they are. Then again, they sound like they've been taking care of themselves since they were pretty young. 3 of us worked together well in Walled City. Based on that, I'd bet the 4 of us would make a solid crew. You trust them? Or as I trust any runner, yeah. It's like Raymond used to say, trust and verify. They haven't given me a reason not to trust them, so until they do, I'll believe what they say and keep my eyes open. I can't get that dream I had out of my head. You said you had one too, right? Yeah, yours sounded like a nasty one. I don't remember much about mine. I was pretty creeped out by a run into the Walled City. Between that and all the drama, I'd be surprised if I didn't have a nightmare. He shrugs. What do you remember about yours? Just little snatches of things. He puts his hands on his hips and concentrates. The Walled City was breathing, and had teeth everywhere. And there was a tunnel that was so bright that I had to shut my eyes. And Raymond was there. He was either kneeling or lying down, I can't remember which, but he was crying. That's what made me wake up. The sound of my father crying. Was the Walled City in your dream then? Of course the Walled City was in my dream. It was a nightmare, wasn't it? He gives you a lopsided grin. Was it in your dream too? Maybe. I suppose it could have been anywhere. Yeah, I suppose. Mine definitely felt like the Walled City, though. Same feeling I had when we went there. Thick, heavy, and overwhelmed by wretchedness. Is that a word? Wretchedness? Yeah, it's a word. Good to know. He shakes his head with a look of disgust. Glad to put that place behind me. Did it feel different from other nightmares you've had? He takes his time, thinks about his answer a bit before he responds. You know how sometimes you'll be mad at a friend in a dream, and then wake up still mad at them, and then you treat him like he did something wrong when you see him? It kind of feels like that to me. Like I dreamed I was swimming towards a bright light, and when I woke up I was still out of breath from the effort. Let's talk about something else. We'll talk later. Later's good. I want to do some cardio, work off some steam. Then it's rack time for me. You should do the same, Girth. A couple 100 push-ups to do you good. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll go have a drink instead. He shrugs. You're lost. Talk to you later. Let me get caught up on chat here. A maximum nuki, if only. If only. Yeah, that emote is incredible. Holy shit. Cardboard Cowboy has some very good emotes. I too am thick, heavy, and overwhelmed with wretchedness. That belongs on a business card, relentlessly. Perchance, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope all is well with you. Alright, let's go upstairs and see if we can get better acquainted with the rest of the crew here. We haven't really had a chance to chat with them. Isabel's cabin is an exercise in controlled chaos. Her living space is utterly dominated by an enormous jury-rigged computer. Serpentine cables snake from component to component, tying dozens of obsolete terminals and cyberdecks together into a single colossal machine. This is my personal machine. If you're looking for your mission computer, it's downstairs. She doesn't bother looking up. You can see that she's elbow deep in the guts of an obsolete cyberdeck, one of half a dozen that have been wired into her computer with braided cables. Actually, I was hoping to talk to you. Got a second? There's a long pause, then she chirps out a response. Talking now, aren't we? I guess so, yeah. Can I ask you a few questions? She leans in, scrutinizing the innards of the obsolete deck. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Have you been having weird dreams recently? Her body goes still. Yeah, I think everybody has. Me too. I've been having horrible nightmares. I know. Happens more often than you think. She tilts her head in the direction of the Walled City. This kind of mass psychosis was common where I grew up. Everybody got it. What is it? What's causing it? I don't know. Slowly, she begins rummaging through the guts of the obsolete cyberdeck again. I don't think I want to. It's quite the machine you're working on there. Care to tell me about it? She's my pet project. I call her the Octopus. She waves a hand at the tangle of thick power cables that radiate out from the machine's central core. You might be able to guess why. Did you do all this yourself? Mm-hmm. She yanks a fried chip from the deck's motherboard and neatly sets it aside, then fumbles in a nearby bin for replacement. Had to make do with whatever I could find as a kid. Taught me a lot about being self-sufficient. What's this thing made of? Whatever I could find. Busted terminals, obsolete cyberdecks, aftermarket memory from Maximum Law's dumpster. Scavengers would kill for the stuff in the walled city, but out here people throw it away. She chuckles to herself as she eases a card into an empty expansion slot. Most deckers are early adopters. They buy whatever's newest, shell out huge amounts of Nuyen in hopes of riding the bleeding edge. Stupid. Why? Because I can have 5 of last year's model for a quarter the price of that whiz new cyberdeck. And after I finish daisy chaining them together, the machine I've built will run circles around your hot new deck. That makes sense to me. Good. It's a good sign. Shows you're thinking clearly. Frowning, she yanks a stick of memory from the old deck. So, is there something else you need? What about your portable gear? Your cyberdeck software, that sort of thing? It gets the job done. Might not be top of the line, but I'm comfortable using it in the field. If you should happen to come across any more advanced hardware or software, either on the job or on the discount rack at Law's Techno Palace, not above taking donations. Barring that, I'm fine with using what I got. Your call. It me for real? I do tend to go for older stuff as well. Serpentine! Serpentine! EP actually followed Cardboard Cowboy before I found you? Oh my god, Cardboard Cowboy is by miles the most creative streamer I have ever seen on Twitch. So much respect for that guy. She totally sleeps in that chair, she does. She absolutely does. Daisy chain processors all the time? I've never done that, I don't think. Ooh, Kiss, nice all in. Can we talk about the ambush at Victoria Harbor? I'd rather not. I lost friends there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. You don't need to apologize, just change the subject. She returns her attention to the octopus, turning her back on you. I'd like to get to know you better. Tell me something about yourself. Something? She pauses for a moment. Okay, I don't like small talk. Does that count? Yeah, of course. If you don't want to talk, we don't have to talk. Thanks for not pushing it. It's nothing personal. I just don't think I'm a very interesting person. You don't like talking about things other than your computer very much, do you? There's a long pause before she responds. When she does, she sounds vaguely hurt. I prefer not to. Nothing personal. It's just the way that I am. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want to know who I'm running with, don't you? Yes, you're still a mystery to me. There's a long pause. I don't like mysteries, but I do enjoy solving them. She turns, gives you her full attention. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you a question, something personal. After you've given me an answer, you get to ask me something. Think of it like a game of questions. We take turns till one of us wants to quit. Deal? Deal. You go first. Ask away. She studies her face. We'll start off easy. Tell me what you really think about Duncan. He can be a pain in the ass, but he's like a brother to me. Interesting. Her eyes flit to the doorway of Gobbet's cabin. A corner of her mouth flits upward in a slight smile. And a little familiar. Well, you've answered my question. I guess that makes it your turn. How did you and Gobbet meet? Her brow furrows, and after a moment she screws her eyes shut. We met as kids, in the walled city. My prison was her playground. I'm sorry if that was uncomfortable for you. No, it isn't that. I'll be fine. She shifts her gaze to the octopus. I just have a hard time remembering those days. My childhood is kind of a blur. And that would make it my turn. She pauses, considering. So tell me, what was your connection to Raymond Black? He was like a father to me and Duncan. He got us out of the Barrens. In that case, I'm sorry for your loss. Losing the ones you love is hard. Your turn. Ask me a question, I'll give you an answer. Where'd you learn to deck? The Wampoa. I lived there for a while after escaping the walled city. People there were difficult. We didn't get along, but it was a great place to learn. And that brings us back to my turn. She gestures at the cabin around you. You enjoy it, don't you? Living like this, working the shadows. Yeah, Raymond Black was wrong. This is what I was born to do. She nods slowly. I knew it. I could read it all over you. Your turn again. Go ahead and ask me something. How long have you been running the shadows with Gobbet? That's a good question. Guess about 4 years now. Decent stretch by anyone's reckoning. My turn again. Her head tilts as she studies her face. And I think my last question for you. You're stuck here, marooned, you and Duncan both. He's obviously unhappy with the situation. Keeps going on about the things he left behind. What about you? Is there anything you want to get back to? Nothing worth mentioning. Truth be told, I'm enjoying the change of scenery. Nothing? There isn't anything about your old life that you miss? I don't know whether to envy you or feel sorry for you. She glances down at the clock on her desk, an antique model with physical hands that looks like it was wrenched out of a submarine. A frown spreads across her face. Shit, it's even later than I thought. Still got a long way to go before the octopus is fixed. She begins to turn away, her attention fixed on the stack of partially disassembled cyberdecks arrayed in front of her. Aren't you forgetting something? She stops in place, fidgets. If you got another question, go ahead and ask, but be quick about it. I need you to tell me what you can about the walled city. Her voice goes cold. Why? Because Raymond Black wanted to go in there, and because somebody destroyed my life to keep him from doing that. Her cheeks flush, just like they did the last time. She averts her eyes. No. I'm sorry, but no. Later, maybe. But not now. Now we gotta decide whether to press her or not. Me caught up too. What can you tell me about voodoo? Hoodoo? You do? If we solve a mystery, then can we rewrite history? Oh, now I'm gonna have the DuckTales theme song stuck in my head. Alright. Alright. Isabel, please, this is important. Yes, but... Blinking, she turns away and buries herself in the octopus's splayed innards. Please excuse me, I have work to do. Alright, I won't press any more than that. That's fine. I'd like an answer, but I understand she's got a lot of trauma there. Do what? Remind me of the babe. The babe with the power. Alright, let's chat with Gobbet. Get to know her a bit. Gobbet's nest is pretty much what you'd expect. Piles of clothes on the ground, an overflowing garbage bin surrounded by stacks of instant noodle packets and towers of tinned oysters, avant-garde posters haphazardly tacked to the walls, overlapping in some places and peeling in others. Feels a lot like an art school dorm room. Gobbet reclines in a corner, cradling a bowl of soup in her hands. At her feet, a cast iron pot simmers away on an electric hot plate. The contents are typical Hong Kong comfort food. Chicken-style soya broth, elbow macaroni, tinned ham, and a heaping scoop of egg-flavored mycoprotein. Excuse me. As you wind your way through the piles of dirty laundry, Gobbet slowly lifts her head from her bowl to acknowledge you. Hey, Seattle. She chews on the words along with a mouthful of cheap pasta. A corner of her mouth curls up into a half-smile. How's tricks? Things have been better, things have been worse. That's the attitude. Very stoic, very strong. It's downright inspiring. She skims an oily slab of faux ham off the top of her soup and pops it in her mouth. Now, you want to tell me what you're doing in my bedroom? I assume you're not here to admire the view. Yo, I love ham. I also love ham. Oh boy, mycoprotein. It's what's for dinner. How did you decide on the name Gobbet, anyway? I didn't. She pops a noodle into her mouth and chews. My mom did. So you're not using a street name? Isn't that dangerous for a Shadowrunner? Yeah, not really. I'm sinless. There's no electronic record of a girl named Gobbet ever existing. Only thing that could really threaten me would be, say, the HKPF attaching an APB to whatever file they have on me. That would be terrifying. Yeah, sorry about that. She shrugs. It is what it is. Have you had any nightmares recently? Like bad ones? Her jaw stops working mid-chew. Slowly she nods. Yeah, I have. We all have. Everyone in town. Me too. And Isabel. We both just had the same nightmare. Let me guess. You saw the walled city and a black whirlpool and teeth. Thousands and thousands of teeth. She holds up a hand. You don't need to answer. I already know that I'm right, because I just had the same dream. Creepy, I know. Her voice goes quiet. Dreams are coming from inside the walled city. Sure of it. All the negative energy pent up in there, all that pain and anger and poisonous chi, it's leaking out. And while we sleep, it's getting into us. So you think it's a magical phenomenon then? Yeah, I think it is. Well, my personal opinion, the walled city is cursed. Deep down, I think that everybody knows it. And we live in its shadow. It's bound to mess with your head, you know? And it is. But they're just dreams. It's not like they can hurt us, right? Who says they can't? She tries on a smile. Fails. Does her best to laugh it off. Don't worry, Saddle. We're fine here. But, let's talk about something else, huh? I don't like thinking about the walled city very much. Too many old fears and bad feelings. If you're up to talking about it, I want to go over the ambush back on the docks with you. Yeah, she nods slowly, frowning. Yeah, I figured you would. That was a hell of a thing, right? You could say that. It was fucking awful. Nightjar and Gutshot were two of the strongest men I've ever known. Quality Shadowrunners, both of them. I've watched those two fight through situations that'd kill anyone come out on top. And how do they go out? She mimes holding a rifle, makes a show of peering down the scope. Bang, bang, dead, dead. No blaze of glory, no final speech, just extinguished, smashed like bugs. We would have gone the same way if you hadn't gotten us out of there. She absent-mindedly raises her bowl to her shoulder. A rat crawls over the slope of her back and lowers its head to a lap at the broth. It was more rat than me. He's the one who grabbed me by the gut and led us to that sewer entrance. All I did was follow. I'd like to learn more about Rat. What kind of totem is she? She slurps thoughtfully at her soup. A clever one. She's gotten me out of more trouble than I care to mention. Got me into a fair amount of it, too. But I can always count on her to lead me out of hot water when I need to. I can feel it in my belly, you know? Sort of a tugging sensation. I've long since learned to follow it. I wasn't aware that totems took such direct control of their shamans. Usually they don't. Me and Rat, we have a sort of special bond. She takes care of me, and I've always done my best to take care of her. Another pair of beady eyes blinks up at you from Gobbet's hip. A second rat scurries out from her shoulder to join the first. And to pamper her earthly children like these two. Meet Madness and Folly. Yeah, interesting choice of names. I like the way they sound. Madness and Folly. Has a nice ring to it, right? She brushes her fingers across the white rat's mottled coat. My girls remind me not to take myself too seriously. I wouldn't trust Folly, though. She bites. Yeah, Gutshot was an asshole. I love how everyone just keeps saying that. Yeah, I think everyone knows that one guy that everyone disagrees. Oh, that guy? Yeah, he's an asshole. Oh, yeah, absolutely terrifying Lost. So, I don't know too much about when the walled city came down. But if I remember correctly, Shadowrun lore starts diverging from our world around 1992. So it's interesting that Kowloon is still around in Shadowrun. That's true, Shannon. That is true. Do you always let your rats drink out of your own bowl? She shrugs. Sure, why not? We're all part of the same nest. Makes as much sense as anything else, I guess. Yours does. Besides which, I get a shot at I get shot at for a living. I got bigger things to worry about than a few stray hairs in my noodles. How'd you come across madness and folly? She raised an eyebrow. I looked outside? I mean, they're rats. Hong Kong isn't experiencing a rodent shortage or anything. So you just picked them up off the streets? Yep. Think of them as rescue vermin. You could probably do the same if you wanted to. It's easy. Just walk in any alleyway in Kowloon after sundown and stick your head into the first dumpster or storm drain you come across. Keep fishing around till you touch fur. That sounds like a really bad idea. Yeah, in retrospect it might have been. She continues to brush Folly's coat. The creature chirps happily at her touch. It's about 50-50 to get your hand chewed off. I'd probably feel bad about that. You seem pretty comfortable with all this. You've been running the shadows for a while? She dips her chin. Long time. Started when I was just a kid. Yeah, gather you've seen a lot of action then. She rolls her shoulders. Plenty. Been in more firefights than I can count. You're pretty new at this. You and Duncan both. It shows. She takes a moment to study you. Slowly her mouth tilts into a smirk. What you need is a wizened mentor. An experienced runner from whose experience you can benefit. I'm thinking that might as well be me. Sure, why not? I could use the advice and I don't see Isabel volunteering for the job anytime soon. You're in? Good. Starting the next time you visit, I'm going to teach you all about being a Shadowrunner. She stifles the yawn. You're going to benefit from my bountiful experience. Wait and see. Looking forward to it. Gobbet stretches, stifles the yawn. Her rats scurry from her shoulders down to her hips. She taps the simmering pot on the floor with her boot. The soup inside is reduced down to a thick, viscous gravy. You know, Seattle, this has been a nice chat and all, but it's getting late. I still have the rest of a hot pot to power through. So, without wanting this to get awkward, she glances towards the door. Say no more. I'll get out of here. Take it easy, Gobbet. Yeah, you too. All right. Good chats, good chats. 1994 is when the Kowloon demolition was completed. All right, interesting. So it is somewhat plausible for Kowloon to still be around in this timeline then. Very cool. We made a friend and also some rat friends. All right, let's head downstairs. They said they had a renter in the engine room. Ractor. It's oppressively hot down here, and the air is full of synthetic odors that grab you by the sinuses and refuse to let go. You can smell engine grease and melting plastic, ionized air, and lead solder. A quick scan of the room tells you why. The downstairs tenant has converted the space into a machine shop. Metal fabrication tools and Duraplast extruders line the walls, and a pair of heavy industrial manipulators hang from the ceiling. A man in a black trench coat stands with his back to you, staring at a monitor mounted above a sturdy workbench. He addresses you without turning. I was wondering when I'd meet the new neighbor. His voice is pleasant, cultured. There's a hint of a Russian accent in there, but it's buried under layers of nuance. Please, stay where you are. I'll be with you in just a moment. Unless you fancy an unplanned trip to Chrome Alley, don't touch anything. There are all manner of tools in here that could take your hand clean off. Take your time, I won't touch anything. Yeah, you're very kind, thank you. Let me take a look at these robotic arms. You focus on the enormous manipulator arms that you saw earlier. They're bulky industrial things, dented from years of heavy use. Each arm has been fitted with at least a dozen different welders, soldering guns, extruders, and metal fabrication tools. You've seen machinery like this in factories before, but they look terribly out of place in the Volthold's cramped engine room. Man in Black, where are the aliens? We wouldn't remember them anyway. Very good. Yes, that's coming along nicely. Very nice indeed. He turns towards you smiling, and for the first time you can see his face. He has broadly handsome Slavic features and a chiseled jaw. His eyes are like flecks of ice. So sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Max. It's no problem. Don't worry about it. You're too kind. Now tell me, what can I do for... His voice trails off as a flash of motion catches his eye. With alarming speed, a sinister-looking drone scuttles out from under the work table. Its movements are surprisingly agile and fluid. The machine rears back menacingly, spreading its forelegs in a clear sign of aggression. The man's smile tilts and his tone goes apologetic. Please, don't mind the drone. He can be territorial, but so long as you remain civil, he will not bite. He extends a hand. Simultaneously, the drone relaxes into a neutral position, lowering its killing legs. Rector, my mechanical counterpart here is called Koshei. Shake his hand. A pleasure. His hand is rough and abnormally warm to the touch. He shakes your hand with a solid grip. I am very pleased to meet you, my friend. In a community such as Heioi, it's important to be on good terms with one's neighbors. Agreed. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask you some questions if you have the time. He glances at the bracer on his forearm. A technical display winks to life, then gutters out. Very well. This morning's casting should still be cooling for a few minutes. It's time enough to talk. Dracula vibes from this guy? It's the eyes. I like how they describe them as the, what did they say, points of ice or something like that? Very vivid. When you said this morning's casting, what did you mean? Exactly what I said. Casting that I made of a new locomotive assembly for Koshei. He gestures at the display above the work table. Biomimetic design, as you can see. This one is inspired by the walking legs of a decapod crustacean. The mangrove crab, to be specific. That's fascinating. Will this new leg assembly make your drone more effective? That remains to be seen. But there is more to life than combat effectiveness, is there not? By fabricating new components for Koshei, I unlock options, different ways of being. Even the failures, and there have been many, have value in this context. How did you learn to do all of this? More training and experience than I care to mention. He offers you a wry smile. Drone architecture was once my profession, you see. Now it's more of a calling, one that I'm free to pursue now that I've freed myself from the shackles of corporate servitude. A Koshei is an interesting name for a drone. Yes, I suppose it is. Not many riggers would name their most prized possession after a villain from a fairy tale. Nod to my heritage, I suppose. Ah, yes, I know the story you're talking about. His smile widens. Oh, how marvelous. I hadn't thought to meet anyone versed in the Russian classics here in Heioi. I've studied. If memory serves, Koshei the Deathless was an immortal villain and a kidnapper of women. He nods. Indeed, he was those things. But it was not Koshei's misdeeds that drew me to the name. I suppose that it was the notion of immortality through cleverness that resonated with me. There was something to be learned from that, I was sure. And so when it came time to name my beloved creation, his was the first name that came to mind. And your drone is deathless, like its namesake? In a manner of speaking, I suppose that he is. I have redundant copies of every piece of his architecture, and his core programming is stored on a disk in a secret location. Should he ever suffer critical damage, I can easily bring him back. I had a plan once to automate the self-repair process. Must confess, it was really quite ingenious. But alas, my research was lost. One day I will reclaim it. Koshei will become as deathless as the stories claim. But it will not be today. I mostly know of Koshei from the Hellboy comics, where he was a minor but very important character to the overall plot. Let's see. I went all the way down to the lobby with my truck keys, forgot why I came down to the truck, so I called my roommate who was going over music recordings with me and said, "You were getting a drink." Oh, jeez. Fall Lulls definitely sounds like one of those days. I hope you're able to get some rest later. You've got some interesting machinery here. Not the type you typically see outside of a corporate setting. He smiles. Same could be said of many in Heioi, I'm sure. This is a smuggler's den, is it not? Our entire economy is based on people having seen things, said things that they, or having things that they shouldn't. Is there a particular device here that interests you, out of curiosity? I'm mostly interested in that drone you have there. Koshei? But my friend, you are wrong. You will never find his like in any corporate factory or lab. He is mine, my own creation, from the top of his sensor cluster to the tips of his claws. I designed him, fabricated his components, and built him with my own hand. Impressive. He shrugs. No more than anyone else who follows his passions and perfects his craft. Sounds like he inspired the whole Lich concept? Possibly. I don't know how old the Lich concept is. Hey, Alien Pharaoh, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you with us. Put his soul into a needle and put the needle into a dog, sent the dog out into the wilderness. I don't fully know the legend, but I know that the author of Hellboy is huge into old European and Slavic mythology, particularly obscure stuff. Really fascinating stuff if you read the Hellboy comics. I am doing good, Alien Pharaoh. Thanks for asking. So, Ractor, are you Russian? I think I caught a hint of an accent there. He nods. You have a good ear. I'm impressed. Yes, I grew up in Nizhny Novgorod. Went to school there, started my career there in the industrial sector. Fairly common story, I'm sure. But I've traveled a great deal, and in so doing, I have absorbed a number of the other languages and dialects. Excuse me. If you were born and raised in Russia, what brings you to Hong Kong now? Same thing that attracts many to the free enterprise zone, opportunity. You yourself are a recent transplant, are you not? Your Cantonese is heavily accented in the style of many UCAS expats. It isn't a criticism, mind you, just a statement of fact. You're right, I'm originally from Seattle. I figured as much. You're lucky to have lived in such a great city. One day after my business in Hong Kong is concluded, I like to travel there myself and visit its Renraku arcology. I've heard many impressive things about the SEIRE. The automated systems that it employs are rumored to be quite impressive. I should like to study them someday. You said you used to work for a corp. Whose payroll were you on? He sighs. That is something of a sore subject. My departure was involuntary, you see. I did not part ways with my employer under the best of terms. I will tell you that I worked for Grishkin Avicor, but you'll forgive me if I don't want to go into detail. Keeping all this machinery running can't be cheap. How can you afford it? Freelance. The risk of sounding immodest, I've commodified myself rather well. There are always corporations in need of design consultations. You'd be surprised by how lucrative such work can be. And there's always other work I can turn to in a pinch. You say you do other work besides consulting. Can you tell me what kind? He pauses, and for a second something flashes in his eye. Koshei lowers its body into a crouch. A rather personal question, wouldn't you say? Maybe, but then we're having a personal conversation. Indeed we are, but even in personal conversations, certain topics can be held off limits. Truth be told, I don't feel especially comfortable discussing my side work with relative strangers. Suffice it to say that my freelance activities also often fall on the illicit side of the spectrum. Tell you what, I'm just going to guess. You're a Shadowrunner, aren't you? Gives you a shallow nod. I dislike the term, but yes, I run the shadows. What gave me away? Let's see. Nothing in particular. I just get that feeling. He shrugs. Interesting. Well, your intuition is correct, as I said. Now, I'm going to use mine. You're a Shadowrunner as well, but you're new to the profession. Am I correct? Yes, on all accounts. Koshei scuttles forward, its glowing red eyes low to the ground. Light glints off the metal of its armored chassis. Ractor runs a hand over the drone's killing legs, caressing the sculpted metal with his fingertips. I earned my living in the shadows. I suspect that everyone on this boat does. If we were suited for a more pedestrian line of work, we wouldn't be in Haoi. At the risk of sounding immodest, Koshei's aptitude for butchery is quite impressive. He earns me all that I need and more. You know, it sounds like everybody on this boat runs the shadows. Why not pool our resources and work together? He purses his lips, considering. Compelling offer. I'm doing quite well on my own, but I must admit there are certain jobs for which I am unsuited. Magic eludes me, and I'm not a decker. My strength comes from material objects in the real world. Solid things with mass and heft, things I can build and operate. Sadly, a great many clients are only interested in teams that display a mastery over the intangible. This group of yours, do you have people who can cover these bases? If so, perhaps then we can help each other out. Yes, we have a shaman and a decker, both competent at their jobs. In that case, I will accept your offer on a provisional basis. We'll do a few runs together and see how we get on. If our association bears fruit, it will continue. If not, I will bid you my farewell and go back to working alone. How does that sound? Hey, welcome aboard! Very good, excellent. When you receive a job, you know where to find me. My skills and resources are at your disposal. And with that, I'm afraid I must bid you a good day. I still have work to do down here. This leg assembly won't clean itself. I'll be in touch. Looking forward to working with you. And I with you. New team member? Hell yes. Tell us your sequence, Dracula man! Sounds an awful lot like Sire. It does. It does. Vampire, get! Yes! Hey, Russian, welcome in. Who's that stoner you're talking to? Maybe a vampire? But also a guy from Russia who is a drone rigger. Sounds like is going to join our team. And he's got a level up we can spend now. Let's see what he's got. So our options here are Predator. Rachner's drone Koshé gets a +5 accuracy boost for all attacks. And Mangler. Rachner's drone Koshé gains +1 movement speed, moving 7 tiles per 1 AP. More accuracy sounds spectacular. Let's go ahead and do that. And that's the only level up we need to deal with, right? Yes. All right. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to save, because I don't think we've saved it all today, and we have done a lot. Holy crap. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Party member, get! Alright, there's another door back here, too. Let's see what's going on over here. What do we have? Just an empty room. Cool. Alright. Well, I think we are actually done talking to folks. So, time to see what we're doing next. Your workstation and mission computer. The cool blue tones of the workstation's main menu fill the screen. A blinking message in the upper right-hand corner notifies you have 6 unread messages. Crap. Alright. First one is titled, Welcome to Haoi. From Kindly Cheng to Max, subject, Welcome to Haoi. Max, on behalf of your friends at the Haoi Chamber of Commerce and the Swift Winds Mahjong Parlor, I welcome you to the community of Haoi and to our new business venture. I have already lined up 3 jobs for you. The details of each are contained in a separate computer message. Remember to check your messages often, and I will update you with new opportunities as they occur. Anti-C. Anti-C. Yeah, usually I have more unreads than that as well, Alley Lordswood. It's brutal. Oh god, I can't even imagine Perchance's stream. Alright, from Isabel to Max, subject your mission computer. Hey Max, I've set up your mission computer to automatically collect and collate news reports, information, and media that might be of interest to you. Some of the keywords I've got it trolling for are things like Raymond, Duncan, Walled City, etc. I've also patched in a permanent link to the Hong Kong shard of the Shadowlands BBS. It's a great place to connect with other runners, sell pay data, get news from the street, and so on. Don't be shy about taking a look, Isabel. Now, let's see. From Bao Jianzhen to Max, subject resources. I have been instructed to inform you of the various suppliers present in Haoi. Auntie Cheng has cultivated a commercial district of well-stocked and trustworthy vendors. Whoever you choose to do business with, you will be in good hands. Ermine Ka-Fai at Club 88 is an excellent resource for acquiring additional weapons should you require any. If you are in need of magical supplies, go to the Parlor of 5 Phases. If you desire training in the path of the Adept, seek out Spider Shen. She can help you as well as supply you with any close quarters weapons that you might desire. Chrome Alley can supply you with cybernetic enhancements and medical supplies. The proprietor, 10-armed Ambrose, is a cyber surgeon of some repute. Law's Techno Palace is a Wampoan-run supplier of the local decking community. The place is hard to miss, just look for a sign glowing in the sky. If you need drones, Reliable Matthews Robot Bazaar is your best bet, and I pity you. That line is so good! I've heard something similar when asking about restaurants in a city. Oh, if you need pizza, this is your place, and you're not going to be happy about it. Oh God, relentlessly. I feel like 3/4 of the spam mail I get is for things that I don't need. Like, hey, do you need a new roof? No, I live in an apartment. Why would I? Best of luck in the shadows. As fresh meat, you are likely to need it. Strangler Bow. Alright, so these 3 should be our missions that we have available. From Kindly Cheng to Max, subject serial killer. I've got a problem, Max, and you're going to help me solve it. I do a lot of business with the Wampoans. If you're not familiar with the term, I'll forgive you. You are an outsider, after all. The Wampoans are a tribe of techno-fetishists and deckers who've taken up residence in the Wampoa Gardens area of Hong Kong. They make and trade high-tech goods to people from all over the world. A lot of Nguyen passes through their pasty little fingers, and I make a lot of money brokering deals between them and the smugglers here in Haoi. I've hit a snag, though. The Wampoan elders, their council of leaders, are being eliminated by a serial killer. They've asked me to dispatch someone to get to the bottom of it and stop the killings, and they're not taking their goods through their turf until I do. So you're going to be my proxy, dear. I don't care how you do it, but I need those murders stopped. The Wampoans have delegates here in Haoi by the name of Maximum Law. Speak with him if you wish to know about Wampoa. He's got a big mouth, but he knows very little of importance. Don't expect much from that half-empty bottle of vinegar. You get your ass down to Wampoa Garden and talk to the elders. Lie, cheat, and steal if you have to, as long as they're convinced there won't be any more murders. I want my cut back, and I want it soon. Alright, I assume we can only take one run at a time. Wait, did I just botch it? Where'd it go? I'll open the jobs directory? View all pending jobs? Oh, there you go. Alright. Alright, cool. So it just goes to the job directory after that. In the right ballpark, I guess, but not quite on the mark. Hey, points for effort, I suppose. They're trying. Shenanigan, oh my god. They did actually repair my roof, but that was the complex's problem, not mine. Forward the roof emails to the landlord. It's not even the right kind of roof. It's usually talking about new shingling. The moment after you've moved, when you learn there's only a single donor in a 50-mile radius, oh god, that's brutal. I'm very spoiled in Chicago. We have absolutely every type of food you can imagine, pretty conveniently. Sounds like a doctor problem, not an apartment problem. Certainly not our apartment's problem. From Kindly Cheng to Max. Subject, Artifact Liberation. Welcome to the Shadows, Max. Excuse me. I've received a request from an archaeologist named Mr. Drake. Oh god, I don't like that name already. He's interested in liberating certain artifacts from beneath a manor house located in Tai Po. I've attached a copy of the video message that he sent me. The screen flickers a few times and the email is replaced with the face of a stern-looking orc. Hello, Madam Cheng. I've heard that you're a woman who knows how to get things done, especially with regards to things that aren't legal in the strictest sense. That's exactly the kind of help I'm looking for. Recently, a rich investor by the name of Liu Ha decided to expand his manor house on the outskirts of Tai Po. Too much money, not enough space for fancy parties. He had a snag with local government officials, however. They suspected the land his estate was built on may have pre-modern archaeological artifacts buried beneath it, all of them dating from the Song dynasty. Consequently, I was contacted as an archaeologist to oversee the excavations and ensure everything was properly recorded and cataloged. Sure enough, we were only a few days into the excavation when we discovered a series of tombs lying beneath the site. The scope of the tombs was far beyond anything Leo or I had expected. Several acres of catacombs at least, and untouched relics throughout. What's more, they're certainly older than the Song dynasty. They may even be from the previous cycle of magic. Before I could make my report to the Free Enterprise Zone authorities, however, Leo called in his allies in Tantien Incorporated. Leo sold the entire site to Tantien, who then leased it back to him. Because Tantien is considered to have extraterritoriality in Hong Kong, local authorities were powerless to stop Leo from looting the tombs. He immediately began building a museum, if you can call it that, atop the site. He had the gall to call his museum the Emperor's Tomb. Can you believe that? The odds of there being an actual emperor buried there are basically nil, but he doesn't care. Anything to sell a few tickets. Leo has continued his excavations using TNTN contractors to expand the dig. What he didn't know is that I bugged his comlink before he fired me. Based on what I've heard, something strange is going on in the lower levels. Workers have been disappearing only to be found dead several days later. Whatever's down there is too dangerous to be left in loose hands. Leo must have found my data line tap, though. I stopped receiving any information 3 days ago. Last thing I heard him talking about were a pair of ancient texts that workers had discovered. Then he issued an order that further excavation should be halted until he can secure the subterranean areas. I'm betting those texts are the cause of whatever's killing the workers. I have quite a bit of experience with these kinds of dangerous excavations, but an operation of this scale is beyond me. I need a team that's tough enough to get in and survive, aren't afraid of making a mess, and can get out with the books and whatever else they can carry. Beyond the 2 texts, I'm willing to pay very well for whatever artifacts your team can liberate. The more valuable, the better. Don't worry, they'll be going to actual museums, not some rich playboy's mansion. I've got a second program in place that'll suppress Lou's security system. The team will have to be careful, though. There are only so many alarms I can suppress. Go beyond that number, and I'll scrub the mission. I've included a catalog of likely items to help the team appraise the most valuable ones. They don't need to be subtle. In fact, I'd prefer they make it look like a common robbery. Tell them to smash and grab what they can. Let me know when you find a suitable group of Shadowrunners. There you have it, a nice simple robbery. Do you think you can handle something that basic, dear? I have faith in you. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. That sounds like a fun one. I like that. Roseguard! Welcome in, Rose. How is your weekend going? And thank you for 44 months. I appreciate the heck out of that, Rose. Thank you very much. Let's see. Are we Uncharted now? It feels very Uncharted, most definitely. Haunted Tomb sounds fun. Where's the shaman? I mean, they say stealth, but more than likely it's just hacking in to shut things down myself. John, thank you for 63 months right there, clicking those buttons. I love it. I appreciate it. John, I appreciate having you here, most definitely. Hope you are having an amazing weekend this weekend. Finally, we're getting to you, Jimmy Hoffa, at last. We're gonna keep digging till we find that guy. Oh, nice, Roseguard. Hopefully that is a trend that continues. Ancient text are those Dr. Seuss books that were banned? Oh my god. Alright, last one. From Kindly Cheng to Max. Subject, Geomantic Sabotage. Geomancy is big business in the Free Enterprise Zone. Here in Hong Kong, feng shui isn't just the act of rearranging your kitchen to make things look pretty. The fortunes of empires rise and fall with the ebb and flow of qi, and sometimes that flow needs a helping hand. Wuxing Incorporated are the preeminent practitioners of large-scale qi manipulation here in the Free Enterprise Zone. They've gone to great lengths to channel qi from all over Hong Kong into their headquarters, an enormous monstrosity that they call the Wuxing Tower. Here, it is focused and transformed into good fortune through the building's geomantically attuned architecture and interior decoration. Our client believes that it is time for Wuxing's good luck to run out. You are to infiltrate the Sky Tower and disrupt the flow of qi through the building, but you are to do so in 2 distinct fashions. First, you must disrupt the feng shui of the offices by subtly altering the environment at that level. This will consist of minor adjustments of desks, spilled water, and other activities that are unlikely to be noticed. Ordinarily, even subtle disturbances of this nature would be noticed. This is why the client wishes you to make a much louder demonstration on the rooftop garden. The garden is to be ransacked, utterly destroyed, set fire to things, uproot trees, that kind of thing. Our client has also specified he would like you to destroy the large Buddhist statue in the garden, smash the things to bits, and leave them scattered across the rooftops. This level of destruction will keep Wuxing's geomancers busy long enough that the more subtle disruptions below will take effect. In addition, it'll send the kind of message our client would like Wuxing to hear. I have utmost faith in your ability to cause destruction. The more disruption you can cause on both levels of the Sky Tower, the happier the client will be. Given your own skills with magic, you should have an easy time identifying the most effective ways to disrupt the qi of the building. Alright, so now we have our options. The flow of cheese! The cheese must flow! And tilt every painting on your way out. Monstrous. Alright, let's just peek into Shadowland, see if there's anything interesting on there. Search BBS for relevant keywords. Alright. Thread missed connections. You rappelling down the side of an unnamed luxury hotel in a ball gown on Monday night. Me admiring the view from the 28th floor urinals during a private soiree for an unnamed corporation that I was infiltrating. Our eyes met briefly before you dropped out of sight. Your long dark hair had come loose from your chignon, framing your beautiful flushed face. I will never forget it. You were carrying a duffel bag, bulging with stolen prototype weaponry. Well, I filched the intel that goes with it. Can we connect? Blackjack. Wow! I want these two to have happiness so bad. Please. Please call him back. Trolling the shit out of a corp office is the Shadowrunner's dream. Oh, we are going to cause so much chaos. Excited about the move because I'll have more wall space for my posters and things. Ooh, that's always nice. What kind of stuff do you want to hang? What's the vibe you're looking to make? That needs a happy exfil. I love it, Emperor. Very funny, Blackjack. I'm sorry the job went sideways. I got trapped and only had one way out, Red Queen. We were supposed to have each other's backs. Just wait till you hear the way out that I had to take, Blackjack. We gotta lay low for now. And why are we posting about this on a public message board, Red Queen? Oh, they were working together. That's even sassier. Thread, terrorists in Hong Kong. Been hearing some buzz about some mainlander terrorists that showed up in Victoria Harbor and had a shootout with the HKPF the other day. Anyone heard about that? Dongjiang. Ming Pao said there was 4 of them that got away. 1 dwarf, 2 orcs, and a dwarf. A troll, an elf, and a human were all killed on the scene. Word is that they're members of the White Star out of Henan, coming here to start trouble against the Executive Council. Wharf rat. Looks like there's a 50,000 yen reward for any information leading to their capture. The HKPF seems pretty nervous about letting these bastards walk freely around the street. Heaven the shot. You think they'd actually pay out to somebody like us? Not a chance. You walk in there to claim the reward, you're getting thrown in a hole with them. The HKPF doesn't keep promises to the sinless. Freedom cowboy. Couldn't hurt to try. Why'd you have to be such a doubter? Heaven shot. Because I know the police. They're all dirty. They're only in it to protect their paychecks. They don't give a damn about anybody else. Believe me, I'm just looking out for your best interest. Freedom cowboy. Let's see. Moving date is exactly 2 weeks from now. I have way too many posters and stuff, so I actually have yet to figure out what kind of vibe I want to go for. Alright, well, we got a blank slate to work with. No rush, so I hope you find something cool. Get a chat room, you two. What's with separating the 2 dwarves? Because one of the dwarf is my character, and my character you can choose the race of. So that last one is just, it's a dwarf, 2 orcs, and a player-created race. Is basically what they're doing there. Alright, come into your nice house at night and wreck up the place. 4 people and 2 students. Ow. Like you and your triad looked out for my brother? You know he's still paying for his reconstructive surgery, you bastard. Dongjiang. If a man wants to keep his teeth, he should pay what he owes rather than pull a gun on me. Simple as that. Freedom cowboy. Well, that went places. Poetry Slam. Ladies and gentlemen, poets and Shadowrunners, welcome to the first annual Shadowland Poetry Slam. There are no rules, and there are also no prizes except bragging rights. With no further ado, let the versification begin! Matrix Bard. You guys ready for this? This is happening. Yeah, they actually had those conversations in the margins, perchance, which is really cool. Poetry Slam, and welcome to the jam! How long do you think we can keep this going before the trolls show up or a sysadmin shuts us down? Jive Bert. Why would they shut us down? It's a free board. We can be poetic if we want to. Tennyson. Just trust me, it happens. For some reason, these things always draw the worst sort of attention. Jive Bert. Are you gonna give us a poem, or are you gonna stand around complaining why you can't? Matrix Bard. Alright, I've got one. Wait for it. Jive Bert. Synth muscle, smart links, neural boosters, cyber limbs, all fall to grenades. Jive Bert. Little musing on the transience of life in the shadows. Very nice, sir. Matrix Bard. When the long shadows fall on Hong Kong, neon lights pierce the coming night. Tread with me the velvet blackness. Let no lamp shine on our deeds. Tennyson. That one's entitled Our Hour. Tennyson. That might be the most pompous thing I've ever read. Try this one on for size. Lasers are red, shadows are black. With mad on the street, you'd best watch your back. Now you're mad. My poem wasn't pompous, you uncultivated rube. It was an homage to Wang Wei, the famous Tang Dynasty master of the Jeju form of poetry. It's traditional, like that ridiculous limerick that you posted, Tennyson. No, I don't think you need to take the word slam quite so literally, Matrix Bard. Hey, you people know the rules. Poetry slams have been out of bounds on this BBS since the Laughing Man debacle of 55. If you want to sling your fancy words, do it on a different forum. I'm shutting this thread down. Sis up. Told you, Jivebert. Well, that did actually get shut down. I own too much stuff and will have to do some major decluttering as I pack my things. Not exactly looking forward to it. It is not necessarily fun, but I think sometimes it can be kind of cathartic. You know, picking through some old stuff and going, I haven't seen this in years, and I don't think I ever need to see that again. It can be. As soon as I hear Laughing Man, I'm immediately thinking Ghost in the Shell? I love Ghost in the Shell. Is that a Ghost in the Shell reference? Thread Walled City. I've got a courier job next week that's supposed to take me into the Walled City. I'm from Kuala Lumpur. I've never been to Hong Kong, but I hear the place is dangerous as hell. Is there anything I should know? Hantu Rhea. Oh, you got nothing to worry about. Just a low-cost housing development full of hard-working people. Here, take a look at this news report. Freedom Cowboy. A short Trid clip begins playing. This is Sonny Chung with the Horizon News. On today's Sunny Side Up, the Kowloon Walled City. A blight on the free enterprise zone, or low-cost housing for the economically disadvantaged. We'll introduce you to some of the hard-working residents, how they live, and how they contribute to the growth and prosperity of our city. A montage sequence begins showcasing the destitute poor of the walled city going about their daily lives. The shots have been carefully chosen, showing only smiling and productive residents, a stark contrast to your own experience inside of it. Many residents of Hong Kong regard the walled city as a place of no return. To outsiders, it's a last stop on a long road to homelessness. Rumors abound of feral ghouls, unsafe living conditions, and triad extortion. Yet when we went there, the reality was far different. What we saw will shock you. Citizens of Hong Kong, working and living just like the rest of us. Their apartments are smaller and their shops more modest, but the people who live here wouldn't be out of place anywhere in the FEZ. Citizens like shoemaker Chow Sang Sui. The scene cuts to an elderly man in a closet-sized stall filled with shoemaking equipment. He smiles broadly at the camera. Oh, I love it here. We have a community, you know? We're like family. Maybe we don't have as nice a view as we do in Repulse Bay, but I can't imagine living anywhere else. It's not paradise, no, but it's my home. I grew up here. How can I possibly live? The camera shifts back to Sonny Chung, who now stands in front of one of the entrances to the walled city. Contrary to popular opinion, the walled city serves a vital function. The poor and downtrodden find a home in the walled city, a community where they have a voice, can work, and even prosper. Far from being the eyesore that... The video suddenly stutters, freezes, and ends. Okay, I've decided to cut the rest of that crap. She keeps going on about what a good place the walled city is and how we all need it. Don't buy any of it. It may not be hell, but you can see it from there. Freedom Cowboy's just trying to get you in trouble. Isabel. So how do you know the real story, Hantu Rhea? Because I grew up there. You know what it's really like? It's eating old broth made from rat bones because there's nothing else. It's watching your neighbors sell their 5-year-old son to orphan leggers so they don't starve to death. Isabel. When you die in the walled city, your neighbors cheer because they get the clothes off your back. I wouldn't wish the walled city on my worst enemy. Isabel. Well, good for you for standing up for it, Isabel. Oh, Ghost in the Cell standalone complex is one of my favorite animes of all time, especially the first season. I thought what I'd do is I'd pretend I was one of those deaf mutes. Oh, Laughing Man is a Shadowrun character as well? Interesting. Let's see, I went through like half my clothes the other day, and about 40% of those went into the donate pile. So yeah, this process is long overdue. You know, it's like I said, it's not fun, but at the end of the day, the end result's going to be nice at least. So that's something to look forward to. Oh yeah, Harlequin. We met Harlequin in the first game, as a matter of fact. That is a good poem, Lost. Thank you for that. Whew, man. That is a lot of books. I'm sure she found someone to ruin their backs instead of hers. I hope so. That's a lot. The Laughing Man is Harlequin. Oh god, he's a scary dude. That dude is terrifying. All right, so that's everything to do there. So now we have to pick a job to do first. Let's see. View all active jobs. None. View all pending jobs. All right. I want to start with artifact liberation. Because serial killer sounds like we might need a really good decker, so we might want to level up a little bit before we do that. And geomantic sabotage. That one sounds dangerous because it sounds like they want us to split the party. I hate splitting the party. So in that case, artifact liberation seems like a good place to start. Alright. I have to flip through all of this again, unfortunately. Let's take the run. Let's take the run. Don't mess with a dude who tattoos his eyelids? Fair. From Kindly Cheng to Max, subject to artifact liberation. Excellent, I've attached directions to the user state to this message. Good luck, don't fuck it up. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a job. Gonna head to a museum and we are gonna steal everything that ain't nailed down and maybe a few things that are. Alright, so I imagine, yep, we're heading over to the metro. Alright, so let's go ahead and save before we head off. I've only got one karma, so we're good there. Save game. Save right here, right? Yeah, here. Shane is drooling for the cans to acquire more necklaces, more for the collection. I mean, what? What are we talking about? Alright, to the MTR station. And then let's board the train. Alright. Head to the outskirts of Tai Po to loot a dig site and museum for Mr. Drake. In addition to your team, your fixer has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Kowloon area. These runners appear below your core mission team on a mission-to-mission basis. As you complete missions, both your team members and the available mercenaries will periodically gain access to new equipment and abilities. Any new items, spells, weapons, or weapon abilities that a runner gains will automatically be available for use the next time you take them on a mission. So basically what they're saying is the NPCs will basically take care of themselves. Although you can loan them new stuff should you want to. So you've got options there. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne, and necklaces for Shayna's games. For me. Whole museum's going to be guarded by down on the luck trolls. Oh, God. Alright, so who do we want for this run? So we've got our crew, Isabel, Duncan, and Gobbet. We've got Ractor, our new friend. And we also have some mercenaries for hire. Eos, an elf drone rigger. Brent Shirky, a mage. X-Flow, a magician. Killuminati Alabrad, a shaman. What is with that fucking name? And El Duce, a street samurai. So this mission is like a reverse Indiana Jones. It belongs out of a museum. Well, we're going to be putting it in an actual museum. It's in a fake museum right now. So it's still mostly Indiana Jones. More like El Duce. Ooh, some spice. Alright, so we're taking Isabel, because I always want to have a decker on the team, because you're always going to need a decker. I'm going to take Duncan, because I do love me a shooty boy. And let's take Ractor also, because Riggers are one of my favorite classes in the game. And I don't know that we're going to be taking Gobbet very much, because Shamans don't sound very good in this game, particularly because summons are consumables in this game. So instead of being able to summon a dude any fight you want to, you have to keep buying items to keep summoning, which... that sucks. That sucks. Rigged! Alright, so let's see what Ractor's got. Basic armor. Basic pistol. I don't know what that is. Drone B&R kit. Something about remotely adjusting Koshei's constants? I don't know, that might actually be like his controller, possibly? I'm not sure. Never used any party members aside from the main ones. I don't think I'm going to be using anybody aside from the main ones. I think probably the reason to have those party members is if like if you picked a shaman and then you've got 2 shamans and there's another gap in the skill set that you don't want. And if there's a mission where you like really want to have a couple of mages, you can spec that. So I figure those are like if you have a really specific party spec in mind, you can go that way. But I just want to hang out with my crew for the most part. I think we've got some good diversity in there. Relentlessly. I know that feeling. I do. But yeah, I want story as much as I want a good party spec draft. So I'm probably going to be sticking with the main party for the most part. I think the blurb you had about the NPCs indicated... oh yeah, I believe they restock their consumables. I think so anyway. Yeah, it's a good gap cross there. Does this have permadeath? No. If any of my team members gets reduced to 0 HP, in canon, they get thrown in a dock wagon and hauled back to base. So they're out for the rest of the mission, but as soon as I get back to base, they're fine. Thankfully. Yeah, the first game you didn't have a party, which was very weird, and a lot of people didn't like it, myself included. So you pretty much always had to hire a crew if you wanted one, which you did. Second game, you did have a core crew, which was very cool, and I had a lot of fun with that. All right. And right here is Koshei. Ractor's custom-built walker drone customized over the years. All right. It doesn't look like anybody's upgraded their gear yet. But we should be good there. Do you want one tip about Gobbet? Sure. What do you got, Drev? What are you thinking? So if the bad guy cuts out your Rigger's lungs and starts playing the bagpipe, well, the next mission Ractor will be breathing comfortably? He will. He will, although I hope nobody does that to his lungs. I would be upset about that. We just met him, but he seems like a good dude. But yeah, I'll take a tip before we start. I don't think I'm taking her anyway, just because I like shooty dudes. And this seems like a really solid party. The vibe I get, this is a good game, I'm getting that vibe too. I suspect I'm going to enjoy this. Also, if you notice the non-party members, you have to pay for. You have to pay to hire, and money's hard to come by, dudes. Money's tough. I don't want to spend $450 on a team member when I've already got a good team that doesn't cost anything to field. Please and thank you. All right. Anything else we need to do before we go into the field? I don't think so. So yeah, let's go. Let us go. You're about to travel to the Emperor's Tomb Museum. Continue? Sure. So this is our first official mission as Shadowrunners in the game. That's exciting. The Dig. This job is a golden opportunity in more ways than one. A raid of the in-development museum, the Emperor's Tomb. The museum's claim to fame is its location. It rests on top of an ancient catacomb, where an excavation is underway to convert them into the museum proper. Intel has it that the workers are dying, not from on-site accidents, but from magical disturbances in the area. Despite the hazards, development continues. Your client, Mr. Drake, contacted you to retrieve 2 tomes. Probably ancient, magical, priceless, but it won't be a smash in the park. You have to get to the tomes before they're cataloged, where they're afterward they'll be near impossible to access. As you near the museum, its heightened grandeur looms unsettlingly over you. Even unfinished, it's reaching an imposing size. At least that means there's plenty of room for pricey antiques. The best part? Mr. Drake needs this run to look unprofessional. Shattered glass and looting is encouraged. Let's see. Gobbet's a bit special because she gets upgrades. Player character Shaman doesn't get. 2 are especially important. Shrine summons. On some maps, you'll find spots where shamans can do a free summon. Gobbet has an upgrade that lets those free ones last an additional turn. All right. Oh, right, because she buys her own, so I don't have to worry about those at least. That's pretty nice. So technically, Gobbet is much better at being a shaman than the player can ever be. That's actually nice. That's actually really nice. I like that. Does doing missions with specific people affect your relationship with them? And like in Mass Effect, I believe so. That was that way in the last game, though it wasn't every mission, but a couple of missions. You'd have like one party member be like, I want to go on this one. And they'd get upset with you if you didn't take them along, or if you took them along and did some bad things. Sounds like quiet on the way out, loud on the way in? I think so. He said if we trip too many alarms, he'll cancel the run. So we gotta balance things. Looting is encouraged. It's a beautiful thing, Emperor. Alright, my character is basically spec'd out. We got our power bolts, we got our pistol we're probably never going to use. We have 1 med kit, and we've got 5 spells now, which is beautiful. Gonna be a magical powerhouse right here. Let's see, I don't know how much to use a shaman can be used to a mage player character. Yeah, I feel like having a mage and a shaman might be overkill, possibly. So I don't know that I'm going to be using her very much, unfortunately. But we'll be chatting with her at every opportunity. Excuse me. Alright, we're going in. Entry worked just like Drake said. You creep into the dark, unfinished site. Your comlink clicks in your ear, connecting to a call. Good, and I'll be appraising what you see as you go through the floor. Grab the best stuff, and my alarm suppression should keep you afloat. Just don't get too ballsy. If the books haven't been cataloged yet, they'll still be in the basement, the tomb. I'll be in touch. Your earpiece clicks off. Call disconnected. You didn't even stay on the line long enough for you to get a word in. Your team powers up the nearby generator. Work lights along the new marble flooring sleepily flicker to life. Everyone surveys the site. Glad this place is empty. I don't want us to kill any more people than we have to. If only those people were trying to kill us, then we wouldn't have to kill them, probably. Let's get in and out before that changes. Alright. So optional, steal 10,000 million worth of artifacts. Do not trip the museum alarm. Alright. So I have to be choosy about what we steal, is what they're saying. Take the best stuff, but don't set off any alarms. Or don't set off too many alarms. Some, but not too many. Alright. Well, I see something over here already. Let's check that out. Ancient vase, Neanderthal skeleton. Oh, all right. So we're going shopping. We're going shopping here. I like this. All right, let's take the Neanderthal skeleton. Nice, nice. That's 1 alarm. Let's take the... Let's take the plesiosaur jawbone. Alright. Making good progress here. Let's look around before we steal too much. It's like the price is right. It's a beautiful thing. What do we got over here? Ooh, dragon scales. Let's take those. Beautiful. And a mummified head. Don't mind if I do. Alright, we're almost to the first threshold. Should we check in the next room? I think we should. Let's see what we got in here. I'm enjoying grabbing the expensive stuff. Alright, what have we in here? Oh, I have to actually search in this one. Let's see. The bookshelf is made from your standard stained wood. It's filled with books by famous poets, both English and Chinese. Unfortunately, I don't have the intelligence or the strength to do anything interesting there. Garth Brooks, come on down! Take a look at this painting. It's a painting with a plaque beneath it that reads The Lady of Shalott, 1888. What's... Oh, it's Koshé right there. Hey, Koshé. Check the terminal over here. Welcome, Lao Zeng. Please input your password to log in. I don't know his password. So we'll go downstairs last. Let's keep looking around up here while we can. What do we got here? Security terminal. Hello. Terminal is powered off. Dang it. All right. Well, let's see. I'm going to save real quick, then we're going to try something because I don't actually know how this works. So let's save right here. And let me hit this terminal real quick. Why the heck is a mummified head more expensive than a skull? I guess depends whose head it is. Too dumb to check books and too weak to shift it, basically. That's the thing of it. Still have to clean off the jerky yourself? Oh, God. Alright, access the login field. Hey, Isabel, can I get a hand with this login screen? On it. She clacks out a few command strings on the terminal. Easy. This section of the OS has a security hole that'll let me bypass the password without cracking it. Just have to spoof our user credentials. Here we go, the root menu. Alright, so I was wondering if I had to type in the password myself or if I could ask Isabel to help. Luckily, I can get her there. Access the file system. Business-related files fill the submenu, most of them about contracts, construction plans, and financial projections. Amongst the files are several saved emails. 3 of the most recent stand out. Museum details. From Lao Zeng to Cho & Son Construction Company, museum details. Cho, per our previous discussion, I've attached to this email the revised museum blueprints. The prints outline various changes to the structure and building materials that need to be implemented as soon as possible. Some backtracking may be necessary, but it will cut supply and building costs by over 13% without compromising the museum's size and grandeur. I know you're against it, but production output will have to increase in order to meet our end-of-year unveiling. I'll leave it up to you to figure out the details, but if I find out that you and your team are slacking off again, more cuts will be made. As to the loss of your worker, Mr. Fay, I offer you my condolences. However, we both know construction is dangerous work and accidents are commonplace. You can look at this as an opportunity to hire someone more competent who won't get himself killed. Lao Zeng, Gangshin Enterprises. Well, he sounds charming. Let's see. From Melissa Sung to Lao Zeng, on-site accident. Zeng, I processed your informal request yesterday morning. Giving a persuasive pittance, the Fei family agreed to forego public retribution regarding the loss of Mr. Qian Fei. Mr. Fay is the fourth laborer lost to hazardous working conditions. Public image is very important to the cooperation, and it's unlikely another transgression will go unnoticed. As your lawyer, I must advise you to double down on your construction safety protocols, or to seek an alternative to monetary bribes. Money will buy silence in the short term, but we ultimately want a more permanent solution. I'll forward you the contact information of Ganshin a funded organization that can assist you with such matters. Melissa Sung, Keelin Legal Practice, a Ganshin subsidiary. I need to blow my nose again. I'm sorry. I will be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Alright, sorry about that. I'm feeling very sniffly today. From Lao Zeng to Marcus Ping regarding retracting investment. Dear Mr. Ping, I can assure you that the recent rumors regarding construction infractions, worker fatalities, and malpractice are all untrue. Complete fiction invented by the local gossip circuits to stir up trouble for hard-working men like myself. I've taken every possible precaution with this museum and have spared no expense. Should you need proof, I'll send you my lawyer's contact information. I promise you'll find no infractions filed against me or Gangshin Enterprises. Your investment is sound. Your friend Lao Zeng. Alright, nothing too interesting there. Access the office room controls. It appears the room is rigged to respond to computer-generated commands. The options are few. Ambiance Candlelight, Ambiance Business Casual, and Restricted Access Lao Zeng. Let's check out that one. Isabel, why is this menu still locked? Isabel saunters up to the terminal for a better look. Looks like this area uses a different password hashing system. The spoof I was able to do earlier won't get through here. Got any good guesses? No. Well, let's check out the other two for right now. Ambiance Candlelight. The room's lighting fades to an orange hue that flickers arrhythmically as electronic candles activate by the doorway. You return to the room controls menu. Ambiance Business Casual. The room's lighting intensifies and shifts through various colors. You return to the room controls menu. Let's go back to Candlelight. We're trying to be subtle here. Now, ladies and gents, it's allergy season. Access to remote building controls. Error remote building controls offline. Reason network connectivity unavailable. This place is still under construction. Local matrix network probably hasn't been hooked up yet. Alright. So... can't get through there, unfortunately, it doesn't look like. Unless we know what his password is, which I don't feel like we do. Alright. Nothing else to do in here, then. Alright, not as interesting as I hoped it would be. Let's see, is there nothing else I can do in this room? Feels weird they've got this, but I can't actually do anything with the security terminal. But no, it just says it's powered off. Alright, I'm gonna save again because I've still got one other question, which is, can I return back up here when I go downstairs? And is there anything to steal downstairs? I don't know if the game is gonna let me come back up, so I'm gonna save first. And then we're going to try going down there and coming back up. If we can, we should be able to see if there's anything worth stealing down there. And that should be nice. Alright. Let's check this out. Alright, so we can go down here, but I don't see anything worth stealing yet. And it looks like we can go back up, which is good. Do not enter! Well, I think I'm going to anyway, thank you very much. Yeah, I agree, Lost. I think I'd rather get some sort of, like, integrated solution than having the bulbs themselves be smart. But we'll see. I'm not seeing anything to steal down here. I think we may want to head back upstairs and... Oh, geez. That looks a little bit spooky. Now let me head back upstairs and steal at least one more thing, because I want to make sure we hit that 5,000 Nuyen threshold. And then we'll see if we can hit 10,000, but I suspect we probably can't do 10,000 without setting off an alarm. Does that sign say Shada's games enter here? It may as well. Alright, let me take the valuable urn. I'll grab that. And we got 1 karma for stealing 5 grand. That's awesome. Nothing else super exciting in here. Maybe that vase. I don't know. Let's see what was in here. Anything else? That's the only other thing in here. What was that? Replica Uniraptor skull for 30 Nuyen? No thanks. I'm going to pass on that one. There's a locked door right there, too. You'd think having a Decker with me would let me get into that room, but it doesn't seem like it. Kinda sucks. Alright. Alright, let's head back downstairs then. I think it's time to go explore down there. I've successfully finished packing 3 more moving boxes worth of stuff to the dulcet tones of Shane committing crime. Congratulations on progress relentlessly. There's a lot to do with moving, but every little bit means good progress, so congratulations there. Yeah, there's so many, it's nice that I'm able to ask Isabel to do some things in here, but I want to just set Isabel in front of the computer and say, I know you can hack things. Just hack this thing. But no, it doesn't seem to be an option there. Alright, downstairs we go. Alright, let's continue exploring over this way. Let's see what we got. This is where all those workers were getting hurt, though. Ah, there's one of the books. A heavy tome is filled with a cramped, spidery black script of an unrecognizable writing system, written on what appears to be an ancient papyrus. Occasional cuneiform seems to be mixed in. The book is cold to the touch. Well, that's creepy. But hey, we found one of them. Let's sneak over this way. See if we can find that other one. Anything over here? There's an odd vibe in this place. I don't entirely like it. And I certainly don't trust it. Something's wrong with this place. Something's bad about this place. Anything back here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, let's leave that there and walk away. Unfortunately, I'm being paid to do dangerously stupid stuff. Yeah, it's not trying to bite me yet. That's a good sign. I appreciate that, at least. Alright. If I were a book that probably should not be in human hands, where would I be? Oh, hey, technology. Check out this matrix panel. Let's see. Looks like this terminal has an unguarded jack point. Ask Isabel to jack in. Alright. So she's got all 4 of her programs, including her new one, Tar Blaster, right here. That should be nice. Alright. Let's get in there. Find one of those? Oh god. Ed, welcome in. How are you doing today? Nothing spooky ever happened in an abandoned museum after dark. Oh, is that so? Is that the case? Alright, so this one I need to get between these 2 walls. And then I should have some degree of protection. There we go. Alright, let me... Once this guy goes away, I'll make a break for it. Oh, I got spotted, damn it. I need to get out of here before I get spotted by anybody else. And I don't know where I'm going. I think I need to go right there. That's the only doorway I can actually see. I don't see anything over here. Although, let me run over here and make sure I'm just not seeing anything. No, it doesn't look like I can go over there. Dang it. Is that the guy that spotted me? I don't actually know. I think so? Let's see. Can I nuke him? Let me use Sniffer instead. There we go. Make the most out of what I got here. Alright. So now we use Killer. Nice crit. And almost finished him off right away. And then use a normal attack, I suppose? Beautiful. Alright. That guy just hanging there? Oh, there he's moving now. Alright. Oh, this one's a little tricky. Alright. So there really isn't any protection from this guy. Unfortunately. That guy I could probably sneak by, but this guy, there's not much I could do. Kind of want to just take care of him before he gets to me, but I don't think I can. The gun icon is grayed out. But it doesn't look like there's anything that he can't see. Which kind of sucks. Like there's nowhere to hide whatsoever. I'm gonna make sure there isn't anything. This guy can't see these squares. And this guy can't see these squares. Alright, so here... There is a little bit of a buffer there, so we might be able to work with that. Alright, yeah, I see what we're doing. I see what we're doing. Alright, we got that. So this is going to be tough. But there are ways through here. Oh, that is going to be super tight. All right, can I go over here? Is that safe? Let me see. No. All right. All right, let's make a run for it. Oh, dang it, so close. So close, damn it. All right, so let's run over here. Transistor, yeah, Transistor, underappreciated game. Not Supergiant's best, but even Supergiant's worst is amazing. All right, so let's hit him with Killer. One shot, I'll take it. System Trace is getting a little bit high, though. I don't like that. Let's see. Turatark sneaks in and swaps all of Shane's weapons for copies of them made out of pipe cleaners and macaroni noodles. Alright, take care of yourself, Turatark. Don't work too hard, and we will see you around. Shane just rages for a while. Another classic game right there. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, this guy doesn't appear to have many weaknesses in his pattern. Doesn't mean there aren't any, though. I didn't see him hit this square. Let me check. Maybe he does when he's coming down? Yeah, he does when he's coming down. Alright, so I need to follow him. I need to follow him back here and then go around this way. And then hopefully, yeah, here's my chance. Nope. Ah, dang it. I got spotted. Alright, in that case, let me start by using, oh geez. Suppression is 3, and I need to use it, otherwise I'm gonna get spotted. Alright, let's use suppression. That'll drop my system trace. Oh, I'm gonna get spotted though. Alright, let's use Killer on this guy. Let's hit him with a regular blast. And then let's get the hell out of here. Alright. Data stored, deciphered spells. Ooh, I want to go down there too. Alright, let's see if we can get in either or both of these. Alright, blocker IC rating 4. I don't entirely know what that means, but that's below average, hopefully. Let's see if we can hack it open. Alright. And start. 6, 2, 3, 1. There we go. 7, 4, 5, 8. 2, 5, 7, 2, 9. Alright, what do we got? So we got this one. That was an easy one. That was an incredibly easy one. The first 2 clues, I'm like, oh, that can only be one thing. That's easy. Master Haxor. Alright, so we got 1 karma, and that is some pay data, which means we can sell it later on, which is nice. Same place? Oh, is it the same place as last time? Well, that's handy then. Alright, so we need to get past this guy. Looks like I should be able to run to the corner and nobody's going to touch me there. Make sure. There we go. Next, I want to run to this corner. Cool. Where are we heading to next? Next, I think we might just make a break for it. Cool. Alright, same blocker IC rating. Emperor, thank you so much for that. Mana, how was your nap? How goes the Shadowrunning? I'm going to see if I can get a Zomboid run up. Good luck. May the RNG be kind. Shadowrun's going pretty good. We're on our first official mission right now because we spent a lot of time getting to know the locals. Are we getting some Nuyen? I love Nuyen. Alright, let's hack this open. Alright, same deal as last time. 1, 3, 4, 3. 9, 8, 1, 5. 4, 8, 6, 3, 6. Alright, we got M in 4 and a round thing in 3. It's this one. Alright. Whew. Not bad, not bad. Wild Aim, a mage spell, increases the target's two-hit chance by 10 to 15%. Does not stack nor affect AoEs. The next closest ally will also be affected. Lasts 3 rounds. Ooh. Yeah, let's throw that on Max. He's got an empty slot. Why the hell not? Beautiful. You wouldn't download a spell? I absolutely would. All right. Cool. Free spell. I like it. All right, now I need to get back very carefully. Whew, that was close. All right, so I need to follow this guy around next. There's nothing else to see in here. And wait for him to come through again. Wait for this guy to sweep. All right. Let's go, let's go. All right, we're out of here. Is that it? Is there nowhere else to go? Huh, all right. Thought there'd be like, usually I'm thinking there's like a door we can unlock or something, but that seems like that's it. All right. We got new spell and we got some pay data. I'll definitely take that. All right. And we didn't set off any alarms. Always happy about that. Didn't get Isabel killed. Also happy about that. All right, let's get back to it. There's something glowing in there. That makes me very nervous. Alright, we're gonna have to go through here. Whoa! Do you see that? I do and I don't like it. Oh god, gargoyles! And a mummified corpse shit. Defensive positions? Defensive positions. Something glowing? I'm sure it's fine. We're going to use it as cover for a firefight, because that's how we do. But I don't know why there's a gargoyle and a mummified corpse lurking right there. I can tell you, however, that we are going to shoot the shit out of them, so that's cool. Yeah, hopefully they're melee, but you never know if the gargoyle can, like, throw fireballs or something. I hope not, but you never know. Alright, let's see, let me throw Wild Aim on Max. There we go, hits him and Duncan, very nice. And then... let's see, I don't think we're going to be able to hit a mana bolt that far down there. Oh, 91%. That's actually not too bad. All right, pierces armor, but doesn't strip. Can I strip some armor from him? Yeah, let's strip some armor from this guy because he has entirely too much. All right. Gargoyles was an amazing show. Holy shit. Tell us a good gargoyle throwing fireballs story, please, sir. Other real, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing good. Alright, you take up position right here. And let's see, let's do an aim shot against this guy. Nice crit! Alright. Let's see. Isabel is going to be the least effective in this combat. So I'm actually going to keep her a ways back, I think. I don't want to keep her that far back, though. Let's see if I can just put her right here. Can she still shoot him? Not really. That's okay. Got a hit. I'll take it. Alright, and Raptor, we can give him as much cover as he wants because he's mostly going to be letting his drone do the talking, I suspect. What does he have for abilities? Servo tuning. Raptor manually tunes the target drone's servos, increasing its quickness and strength for 1 round. Raptor overclocks the targeted drone, increasing its AP by 1 and movement by 2. Manually aims the targeted drone's optics, increasing its accuracy. And remotely reroutes the targeted drone to use backup, repairing the most recent battle damage. Nice. Alright. All of those are very cool. Let's have him take up right here. And then... Oh, that didn't control him. I gotta figure out how to deploy him, I suspect. How do I make drone go? Oh, I gotta switch over to this, don't I? Yeah, we gotta switch over to control mode, that's it. Alright. Let's do that, control mode. There we go, so now he's on the map. Let's have him take up right here. And then he's got single shot and target locked shot. Let's have him... So let's go ahead and overclock him. Why the heck not? Beautiful. And then the drone will shoot this dude. That's a miss. All right. Let's have Max hit this guy with a normal shot, probably. Oh, it does so little damage. Is he still on fire? He is, so he should die to his wounds at least. That's a good thing. I'm gonna finish him off just to be safe. Can Isabel do it? Probably. Whoa! Okay, that seems bad. Do you have any cyberpunk movie recommendations, Blade Runner aside? Ooh, that's a good question. I know Johnny Mnemonic isn't a particularly good movie, but it's a fun movie, so I'd recommend checking that one out. You'll have to let me think about it. I'm always hard pressed to think up movies on the spot. If you're in the Discord, Lost, throw that in the movies and TV channel, and I'll think about it and get back to you. Because I do love me some cyberpunk stuff. I don't think Goliath ever threw fireballs. No, this is true. Can we get him out of the poison cloud? That seems bad. There we go. And then... Oh, he does have Overwatch now, at least. So let's Overwatch him. In this direction. And Isabel is also going to Overwatch in that direction. Nice! I love taking down enemies with Overwatch. Oh, God! Oh, God! What did I tell you? Goddamn fireballs! Oh, there's so many dudes there. Why is there so many dudes there? Oh my God, what is happening? Shit! We're getting overwhelmed, my dudes! Preternatural corpses? Mummified corpses? And yeah, that's another gargoyle right there. Surrogates is kind of quasi-cyberpunk, that's true. Total Recall is kind of cyberpunk. Matrix definitely cyberpunk, I'd call it that. Oh God, there's so many guys. All right, let's see, you get to cover first of all. And then, that guy's down. Good, good. The problem is I don't want to do any AoEs because our buddy is right there. Might just do an AoE that don't possibly hit him. Because yeah, that won't hit him right there. So let's do this. Very nice. I probably should have got him to cover, though. That would have been smart. Let's have Isabel get to actual cover. And then... plug this guy. Nice. Alright, cool. And Duncan, you are going to take up cover over here. Oh, we got this guy as well. Shoot, I forgot about him. What do I want to do? Let's hit him with a beanbag shot. That'll take away his next turn. There we go. So he gets no AP this turn. What the shit? What the... What? Where's my decker? Or my rigger? He hit my rigger, and now my rigger is gone, and he's in some sort of terrifying other realm? What the shit? Something very bad just happened, folks, and I don't like it. I don't like it, and I need to figure it out, and oh my God. All right, okay, we'll figure this out. We're gonna work this out. First order of business, though. Isabel needs to get to cover. Oh, Isabel, you run over here. And then aim shot hit this guy. Let's see, Max, you run over here because you can do that in one turn somehow. And then hit this guy with some damage over time and strip one of his armor. Beautiful. Duncan. Let's see. Duncan used burst fire on this guy. Oh, damn it, missed one of them. I don't know what this place is, but it's scary and I hate it. Oh, this seems bad. Koshe, end this guy, please? Holy shit! Alright, killing that guy made them escape whatever hellhole they were in. That's good. I like that. Oh, jeez. To those of us joining us, something horrible happened and I don't know where my rigger is. Oh, God. Alright, let's start with Duncan. Duncan! Finish this guy off. Beautiful. And then... Oh, he doesn't have a very good chance to hit. Let's hit him with wild aim again. There we go. And then... let's see. Isabel, let's get Isabel clear before I do anything sassy. Isabel, you get back here. And go ahead and take a... Yeah, go ahead and burst fire this guy. Nice hit. Max. Let's see. Let's try flamethrower because we haven't tried that yet. That did very little. That was unfortunate. Probably you might be resistant. That is very likely. Alright, Duncan, go ahead and beanbag this guy. Oh, missed! Rude. Oh, hey, there's the last book. Well, while you're over here, may as well grab that. There we go. How are we doing then? Find both ancient books, do not trip the museum alarm, optional, steal 5,000 Nuyen worth of artifacts. Alright. Alright, I think we're just about done here. Ooh, good, well spotted there, Tarek Silver. I did not notice there was another corpse over here. Is he in line of sight of Koshe? He is. I'm going to want to buff his aim if I can. We can, so manual focusing. There we go. And let's see if we can hit this guy. Ah, I didn't take him down. He's actually kind of tough. No! Damn it! We're back to the bad place! Shit! Alright, Duncan, take up cover, because this guy's kind of scary. And then hit this guy. Nice. Isabel, he's right there. Can you get some shots in? Missed, that's okay. Wasn't a great chance to hit, that's okay. Dang it. Oh god, Ractor's here by himself for some reason? Ractor, you take up position right there. Koshe, end this dude. Whew, alright. Holy shit, that guy hits hard. Let me heal Isabel first. Whew, that was getting scary. Isabel... Oh, is -1 AP, so she's just not looking good. Let's have her retreat to back here, maybe? Does he still have buffed aim? He does still have buffed aim. Whew, alright. Well, surely this can't also be a goddamned hellhole. You might be surprised. Goddamn hellhole! Yeah, well, it's time to keep track of all of them. Your comlink crackles. You got the books. Great. Next, you need to head upstairs so I can wipe the security data. Then you're home free. Let's see. Did you know these creatures were here? No, I planned this run down to the last detail, but those monsters were a happy accident. Let's see, happy accident? They tried to kill me! They also killed all the researchers, preventing those books from being cataloged. Finding them would have been a lot harder had these creatures not come along. Now, time's wasting. Security room's at the top of the stairs leading back into the museum floor. I'll click in your comm link and he's gone again. Okay. Okay. Well, we're alive. We are alive. Let's get the hell out of here. Whew. It did get a little bit hairy, especially that weird dimension teleporting. Oh, God! A cadaverous husk materializes in front of you, unfolding like a flower from nothingness into being. It stands with a surprisingly upright posture, and you can see that its robes were once of fine quality. It raises a hand to block your path. Stop. The thing's voice comes out in a hollow rasp. Something about it feels empty. It seems you can move freely through this realm, coming and going, taking what is not yours. Who are you? I was an assistant to a great man, an emperor. I was meant to continue assisting him in the afterlife. But something was unsettled. Bonds were broken. He is no longer here, and I wish to search for him elsewhere. I want out of this tomb. I must free myself from this place. But I cannot leave. My soul is bound within these catacombs, chained to the bones of a life that I no longer possess. This is a little bit creepy. Return the slab. This place is bizarre. What is happening down here? The books you carry, they are alive. They protect themselves, distort space, and draw creatures to them who will serve. Our Exalted had the will to contain them. Wherever you intend to send them, I hope that an equally strong mind will keep them under control. So, you think I can get you out of here somehow? You can. Slowly, painfully, the mummy inclines its head. It reaches into the folds of its robes and produces a ring of fired porcelain. The creature extends its arm, presenting the object as an offering. Take this talisman and place it among the other artifacts you have removed. Once you have moved it beyond the binding threshold of this excavation, I will be free. I don't know if I trust this guy. What do you guys think? Nice of him to keep up with contemporary language and speaking styles. That is kind of him. I appreciate that. Oh, Allie Lawrencewood, that is high praise. Thank you for that. Oh, Glob, it's giving Shane jewelry. I'll take it. Tarek Silver, you say to let him free? Punisher, he seems friendly. I don't know. Kamagumo, you like to cut up his jib? Let's say I do this. What's in it for me? The sure knowledge that you have done what is right. How do I know that I can trust you? There's a long pause. You don't. How could you? But I am a man of my word. I mean, he's right. How could he possibly prove this? He isn't any more evil than the Megacorpse. That's not saying much. I'm trying to reduce the amount of evil in the world. It's not like there aren't other undead running around. True. Ugh. Well, I do enjoy doing what's right. As do I. When I am free, I will give you a thing. A token. Crumble it in your hands, and I will come to your aid. But only once. One time, and no more. The mummy's eyeless sockets seem to stare into you, through you. Will you accept my offer? Is he wielding the plagues of Egypt? I don't know. I don't know. Don't piss on or off corpses. Good rule, good rule. I mean, he didn't attack me, that's true, but, you know, he could be trying to deceive me. That's always a possibility. Alright, here's what I'm thinking. I mean, here's what happens if I don't take the ring. He's gonna keep hanging around here murdering people. Emperor, thank you for the gift sub to the necklace struggle. How even? Chanedin, thank you for the gift sub to Zombie Beefcake. Zombie Beefcake. I don't know, he doesn't look that ripped, but I'll take it. Emperor, thank you for gift sub number 1329. Chanedin, thank you for gift sub number 9. And both of you, thank you for the laughs. I appreciate those. Let's be real, you're going to hold on to the thing and never use it? Oh, absolutely. That's never getting used. What if I need it later? God, we don't know anything about who this tomb is. Like, there's not even supposed to be an emperor down here. Like, I don't feel like attacking him because he's done nothing to me. Alright, I'll do it. Thank you. The mummy inclines its head. I will forever be in your debt. Let's see. Let's see. Was it in my items? Where is it? I don't actually see it in my items anywhere. It said it was somewhere. That's weird. I will forever be in your debt. By forever, I mean one time, and then we're quits. I don't know anything about why you're here besides money. Basically, that's it. Nothing wrong with old necromancy. Disagree? Oh, it might be in my stash. That would make sense, in which case I don't have it right now. Let's check out the other book here. The slender volume appears to be written in some form of archaic Hanzi, no more than a few characters on each page. It's beautifully illuminated, and many of the symbols are recognizably Taoist, but more primal, barbed. Almost looks like a version of the I Ching, but with the margins are littered with demonic symbols. If this is from the previous age of magic, then it comes from long before the I Ching was supposedly written. Oh, I wish I'd noticed that before I took his ring. Oh well. Alright. Knob, welcome in. How are you doing today? Eco-friendly recycling. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I know, it did work well for Aragorn. This is true. Alright, go ahead and get to that security computer then. Terminal's powered off. This is the one. Flip the switch on the bottom right, then plug in my data chip. The script will doctor the security log so we can sneak you out. It's executing now. There's a pause. You can hear him clicking his tongue like a metronome. And done. Get out of there. Alright, let's leave quickly. Let's just get the hell out of here. I wish we could have done a little bit more, but... Gee, oh, God! Who are these clowns? Shit. The HKPF? Oh, who called the cops, for fuck's sake? Oh, God damn it. Alright. Defensive positions, ladies and gents. Alright, let's take up over here and do wild aim on Duncan. Nice. Let's do Duncan next. Duncan, you take up over here. And I can't see the captain, unfortunately. Let's beanbag the enforcer. Nice! Alright, Isabel. You go ahead and run back here. And then she doesn't have line of sight to anything, so I'm just going to have her set up a Overwatch. Rector! You are going to run back here. And then you are going to turn on your drone. And Koshé, let's see, you not have a lot of good places to be without baiting a grenade, unfortunately. So let's have him run over here. And he can't see anybody, and he doesn't have Overwatch, unfortunately. Alright. Let's go ahead and end the turn, then. Right in the culrophobia. Oh, look, XP showed up. Sadly, you don't get XP per kills. You get XP for goals in here. So I don't know if this is going to do anything. Thankfully, we don't have her on our team right now, Trey Dog, so there's that. Ow! Ow! Rude. Well, I do have an AoE. Let's go ahead and hit him with that. Missed, but hit them both anyway. I'll definitely take that. Let's see. Isabel's line of sight's blocked. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's have Koshe jump in. Ooh, alright. In the open and wounded. That's what I like to hear. Beautiful. Very nice. Alright, Captain's down. I love it. Isabel, is there somewhere better you can be that wouldn't block your line of sight? And also wouldn't bait a grenade? That'd be really cool. I don't think there's anything like that, though. I'm just gonna put her back on Overwatch. And Ractor does not have line of sight to anybody, so I'm gonna have him. Yeah, overclock the drone. Why the hell not? That'll give him 1 extra AP, which he can use to hit this guard, and which takes him down. That just leaves our sleepy friend over here, who hopefully we can take down pretty quickly. That's true, Emperor, that's true. Maybe that is the goal. Maybe that's always been the goal. Possibly. That does very little damage. Why does that say damage 12 when it never seems to hit anything? Oh, that costs HP to cast? How did I not notice that before? Alright, you take up cover. Let's see, Isabel. Isabel actually can see the dude now. Nice bleed, I like it. Nice! Alright, Duncan. Duncan hit him with a beanbag. That's just completely unfair, and I love it. There we go. Oh, only when it's on cooldown. Oh, alright, that's interesting. That's an interesting mechanic right there. A familiar voice pipes up in your communicator. Change of plans. Search those bodies for a key fob. You'll need it to access the side door. What side door? In the lobby. In the lobby. My program didn't work as well as I expected. I've been monitoring the exits on my cameras, and the HKPF have the front door locked down. Since you can't go out the front now, you've got to exit out the side. The key will get you through the locked side door, which will take you out the east service exit. Oh, god damn it. Exfil's gone bad! Alright, we got the key fob. And I assume the side door. There's the side door. Oh, no. I count 3 in there, though. That's not good. Let's go hot. I see them already, so let's just go ahead and go hot. Let's see, I want Max to get over to that dragon line, so I'm going to have him run over here for right now. Beautiful. Let's see, Duncan. You are going to take up right here. And then who do we have? A guard, a sniper, and an enforcer. I don't like that there's a sniper there. That's not cool. Unfortunately, he's not aim buffed right now. Let's have him just take a shot at the sniper. Nice hit. Let's see. Isabel. You're going to take up right here. see. Let's go ahead and pop Koshé. There we go. And then Koshé is going to take up... Where's he going to go? He'll go right here for right now. Wouldn't you just hate to be the guy who kept getting hit with a beanbag till they finally decided to end you? It's pretty mean, I'll admit it. Hacker doing a hack job, leaving you to hack it? It's cruel. It's bitter. Should we guard the side too? Don't question me, soldier! Alright, and... where do we want him going? Doesn't really matter where he goes. He can stay out of the way, I suppose. So... I thought there was more cover over here. That'll break line of sight probably, so let's keep him back there. Wow! Not a fan of that! Let's go ahead and throw a heal on him. We can't heal Raktor, unfortunately, because his damage was in the last fight, so that's already taken at this point. So let's throw a heal on Duncan. And then let's throw an aim spell on Duncan. Which got everyone with accuracy. Beautiful. That'll help. Let's see. He still doesn't have as much accuracy as I'd like. But that's okay. Let's just get some snipes in here. Alright. Let's see. Isabel. Take an aim shot on this guy. Nice. Nice! Alright. See, he can't even see any of them. That's fine. He also can't go on Overwatch. That's fine too. Let's have him overclock the drone? Or do I want to have him... how's the drone's aim look right now? Not great. Let's work on aim first. There we go. Manual focusing. I don't know that gun. It must be terrible. Imagine them getting up while they get slugged again. That's comedy right there, Emperor. That's what that is. Alright. So, aim shot. Let's see if we can finish this guy off. Probably not. There we go. Ow! Did that take him down? Oh shit, that took him down. Oh, that's not good. I don't have any revives, do I? Oh, I do. Shit. I wish I had a revive spell, but I don't. And of course my heal's, you know, off. Oh, we might be able to finish these guys off in 2 turns. I don't remember if that means he stays dead for the round or what. Is that in the help file anywhere? Doesn't say in there. No, it doesn't really say, unfortunately. I'm not sure then. If anybody knows, let me know, but I think if this is the final room, I might just let him drop. Because I think we can take these guys down and then get the hell out of here. I think that might be in our best interest. Koshé may be deathless, Raktor less so. It would appear so. That would seem to be the case. Beanbag? Missed. Dang it. See, Isabel. Got some bleed damage, that's always nice. And, alright, let's run over here. Get on this dragon line. Hey, Sharpie, I'm doing good. How about yourself, Sharpie? How are you doing today? There we go, medium dragon line. I like it. And let's do... Let's do flamethrower on the enforcer. Spell bounce! That's one of the benefits of being on a dragon line, is sometimes your spells will bounce. Also, the cooldown gets negated sometimes, which is beautiful. Yeah, leyline with cover, I'll take it, absolutely. Sharpie, never saw this Shadowrun before? Oh man, so it's by a studio called Harebrained Schemes. They made a trilogy of them. Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, and Shadowrun Hong Kong. The first two, really fun tactical RPGs. I'm enjoying this one so far too. It is a lot of fun. I'm glad you're relaxing though. Hopefully your weekend's going well then. Alright, well, let's go ahead and hit another one of those. Because why the heck not? Beautiful spell bounce. I love it. And apparently we can throw another one, because ley lines are awesome. Let's see, just got home from the vet, long queue due to short notice. Everything is fine, they want to do a few tests. Oh, that's really good to hear, too. Hopefully that's a trend that continues. Some guy in a hat, what happened to them anyway? Alright, so they're actually working on a new game right now. I forget what it's called, unfortunately. It does have a Steam landing page. It's not a Shadowrun game. It takes place in an Indiana Jones style universe where you're like Tomb Raiders, which sounds very cool. Yeah, I played the first two on stream before too. Just really good stories is what I liked, but also as a tactical RPG. Very playable, very interesting strategies, good customization too. So yeah, it's pretty neat. Lamplighters League, that's it. Yes, Lamplighters League is the one they're working on right now. So yeah, if you like their tactical RPGs, there is more coming, which is awesome. Oh, no spell bounce when they die, I suppose. Oops. Let's see. Can we move up? Let's move up. See if we can get a better shot here. I want to finish this guy off so bad. There we go. All right. What's the plus sign mean? Oh, god damn it. And that automatically used the dock wagon kit. Alright, that's fine. I'll pick up another one next time we're in town. Hopefully we get paid well for this. You're about to leave this location and return to Hawaii? Continue? Hell yes. This job has gone badly enough for one day. Your adrenaline wanes as you fly through the subway tunnels on your way back to Hawaii. There isn't much left to do but pick the shards of glass off your clothes and congratulate yourself on one hell of a run. Just too bad you couldn't keep the looted antiques. By the end, you managed to steal over 5,000 nuyen worth of items for your client, a number that will hopefully be reflected in your mission pay. The damage you caused will likely set the museum's development back even farther. Not enough to cripple the project, just enough to send a message. But at the end of the day, you still managed to break a lot of exhibits, displays, and even the faces of a few tomb crawlers, the presence of which had conveniently slipped Drake's mind. Surprises aside, you came out on top, and thanks to some quick thinking on Drake's part, you got the books and you got out. Whew. And we got some pay data for some extra cash there too. And 8 karma, hell yes. I can go ahead and spend the karma right now. We got 11 total. Yes. All right, what do we want to get? Let's see. Eventually, I'm going to want some cyberware affinity. I don't know if I want that right now. Probably not putting any points in strength anytime soon. Probably not putting any points in intelligence anytime soon. I might need it for spellcasting at some point, but not right now. Let's see. And a mummy friend to be unleashed on the lucky population. Yeah, mummy friend. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, mummy friend. Holy Lordswood, thank you. Let's see. Eventually, it might be nice to have my own totem. That'd be kind of cool, but I don't think I want to do that just this second. All right, so let me take Charisma 5 first of all, because having more charisma is great for conversations. I like that a lot. I understood that reference, some guy in a hat. Going 220, oh my god. So let's get Charisma 5. Good deal. Let's see, what else do we want to get here? Yeah, I don't care about any sort of decking or hacking on this character, so we can leave that be. We should get some bonus essence, because that'll allow us to equip more cyberware without things going bad. Eventually, I want to work towards that. Do I want to go for it right now? Not yet. Right now, we've got 6 points available. So let's get 1 point of quickness and 1 point of dodge. I like that. All right, and that's all of my karma spent. Whew, all right. Cool, 168, oh my god. What is happening there? All right, I don't know who this guy named Steven Dynamite is, but we'll have to check in on him later. For right now, I just want to head back to base. And see what we can get for our pay data and whatnot. Looks like there's going to be lots of people to talk to around town, though, which is nice. All right. 4 unread messages. All right, so let's check those out. Oh, obviously. All right. Hang on, let's go back. Open the jobs directory. Claim payment for the museum run. You submit the job as finished and await the response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. From Mr. Drake to Max. Well done. I've attached the payment you're owed. I trust that you'll keep quiet about what exactly was liberated from Liu's little museum. I'll come collect the books from Kindly Cheng shortly, Mr. Drake. All right. So that's good. Now we want to hit the Shadowrun BBS and post pay data for sale. Post the museum shipping manifest. Posting will remain active for 2 days. Excellent. We'll see if we get some payment for that. Oh, a page-a-day calendar would be cute. That's a neat idea. Alright, let's go ahead and save now after a successful mission. Although not the cleanest of missions. When are they? Alright. And folks, I think this is where we're going to end for the day. I was hoping to get 2 missions done, but we had to meet everybody around town, and that took a while. But I think that's probably going to be the rhythm from now on, is hopefully we'll be doing 2 missions, a minimum, per stream. But yeah, I hope you folks are still enjoying this so far. I hope you want to learn more about the characters like I am. Hopefully you want to see where these missions go. Hopefully you're enjoying watching me bumble through combats. Yeah, definitely glad to have all of you with us. This was a lot of fun. I always enjoy chatting with you, of course. Tomorrow we're going to be picking up right where we left off, so I hope I'll see you there, most definitely. That Shadow again, that Shadowrun again, that bottomless trash can again, definitely. Regular Alien, thanks for being here. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're going to call it here. However, we do have one last thing to do before we call it a day. I'm going to make sure I save because now I'm getting paranoid. Did we actually save the game? I think so. Yeah, we did. We're good. So we got one last thing to do before we call it a day today, and that is... Let's see who all else is online, so if you're not done watching today, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. Of course, Emperor, thank you so much for the... Lost! Force a habit, sorry. Lost, thank you so much for the gift sub to Regular Alien. Gift sub number 88 in the channel. Thank you so much for all the generosity, Lost. I appreciate that. Very cool of you. Hope you had a good day. And Regular Alien, enjoy the gift sub right there. Make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That will be the easiest way to find me if you would like to come back tomorrow or at any point in the future. And while I am looking, I'm so sorry, Lost, I apologize. I am a little bit conditioned. Operant conditioning. Terrible thing. But I appreciate you, Lost. Thank you so much. Geek Boy, hi. How are you doing there? While I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there are some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already, including a link to my YouTube where you can get caught up on this game, or if you want to check out the other Shadowrun games, the full playthroughs are up there. And we have a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Feel free to join us there. We would love to have you. And where are we going today? We got a couple options. Not sure which we want to take. Decisions. Let's pop into a streamer we haven't visited in a little while, see how he's doing. Get some classic PC gaming in here. I know some folks will appreciate this. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love it if you would join us as we go raid friend of the stream, Fractal Mind Mike. He's a very cool retro streamer focusing on big box PC titles. I didn't see quite what he's playing today. It sounds like he's doing a dual stream where he switches back and forth between a couple games, so that should be neat. Why don't you join me over there, say hi to Mike, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world, and I will see you folks tomorrow for more Shadowrun Hong Kong. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.